Let me tell you a story about how I got hooked onto literature. I was damn lucky when I was a kid in the sense that there were thousands of books in my house. The surface area for serendipity was large. I grew up reading storybooks from a young age, the typical stuff children read. And then one day, at the age of 10, I came across this fancy hardbound book called The House of the Dead. The title attracted me. This could be a fun horror story. Maybe there were zombies in it. Whatever, let's read it. It was a book by Fyodor Dostoevsky. It was a fictionalized memoir of his 4 years in a labor camp in Siberia, and I was hooked. I knew then that this was something different from the Enid Blytons I'd been reading so far, and I wanted more. That year, I read all of Dostoevsky and then all of Shakespeare, and so on and so forth as I dived into a world of books, much of which I actually wasn't even capable of processing. But great storytelling can open you up to the world and to your own self, one layer at a time, and that is what happened to me. And in a sense, a journey into any of the arts for any of us is kind of like this. You start with a primal reaction. You could be entertained by a story or moved by music or viscerally struck by some art, and there isn't yet an understanding of what this form is and why you feel the way you do and what else this form is capable of. Then later you get serious, you dive into that art form, and many more layers open up. Well, I've gotten into literature and music and cinema this way, but poetry and art always felt somewhat mysterious and mystical to me. Poems are perhaps my favorite art form. My Desert Island book is Almost Invisible by Mark Strand, or just his collected poems. Poetry can strip away everything artificial in me, everything that the world has put, and make me feel like I just got a glimpse of my true self. But I often feel that there are aspects of it that I just don't get. It's the same with fine art. There is work that I love and work that I just don't understand. And even the work I love, I don't know why I love it. And I want to understand. I want to dig deeper into these forms because I feel that by doing so, I can understand human beings better and I can understand myself better.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a poet, art critic, cultural theorist, translator, and an all-round good guy, Ranjit Hoskote. Ranjit has been a legend in Bombay circles and even outside Bombay, obviously, for being a curator, not just in the narrow sense of the art exhibitions he curates and puts together, but in a larger sense in the world of culture. I have loved some of his work. I have also been intimidated by some of his work. So I really wanted to sit down with him, ask him questions, educate myself. Ranjit has had a deep engagement with languages, done beautiful translations of the poetry of Lal Ded, among others. He's engaged with Indian culture. He has some great insights on Hinduism, for example. And he's a thinker I can't get enough of. I love this conversation so much. I'm sure I'll hear it again through the years. And I invite you to join me on this journey. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Ranjit, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
I'm very happy to be here, Amit. Thank you for having me on the show.
No, I wanted to have you for a long time. The stars hadn't aligned so far, but now they finally have, and I'm really glad. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you on the show for a long time is that, in a sense, even though you're a Bombay person, even though you have so much common in terms of background with various other people like Jerry Pinto, who's been on the show, or my good friend Girish Shahane, I kind of almost find you sui generis in terms of, looking at your work, your poetry, or your writings about art or whatever. It's sort of, one can't, I could never quite figure out where it comes from. It's unlike anyone else in this space. And I always, especially when it comes to your poetry, and I think I've tweeted about this as well. I was telling someone the other day that when it comes to Ranjit's poetry, 30% of it just blows me away. It's amazing. The remaining 70% I'm not sure I understand.
Oh my goodness.
And so I'm looking looking at this as a great sort of learning opportunity for me, where I can learn about poetry and art. Again, another subject that sometimes leaves me a little befuddled because my reactions to art are always kind of visceral and instinctive, and I haven't really built frameworks to think about it. So I'm hoping to sort of learn a lot from this and understand a lot from you. But before that, I'd also like to sort of get to know a lot more about your life, and so why don't we just start at your childhood? Tell me about where you were born, what were your early years like?
Okay. Well, in the first place, let me say that visceral and intuitive is a great place to begin any journey into the arts. I think for me, that's something that comes first, because we begin with sensations or intuitions, experiences we don't understand and don't really have words for yet. And then we create out of the need to explain these things to ourselves. So it's also very intriguing that you should say that for you, I don't seem to fit into a kind of a Bombay context. And part of this might be that although I was born in Bombay, my parents moved to Goa when I was 1 year old. And this was in the early 1970s. The Portuguese had just been gone about a decade previously. And I grew up in I spent my formative childhood years in an Indo-Iberian ethos, with multiple languages being spoken within the family already, but also in wider social space. And also Goa was really unspoiled. This was before charter flights and before it turned into what I now think of as Greater Kailash Part 4. But it was growing up in the midst of nature. Our house was really on the crest of a hill. So to me, it was this set of experiences that's really been at the core of how I think about our relationship to the natural world, our relationship to water, to the sea. The sea has always been a very important presence for me. And also in terms of how we shuttle among languages. So when I think about my poetry, in which I try and push, in some ways, the borders of what it means to write in a particular language, in my case, English, but an English that's informed by other languages. I also think about where my practice of translation came from. And I think it really is founded in these childhood experiences of constantly being on a bridge between languages.
And I want to double click on the bit about languages, because it seems to me that every language that you are well versed in, or that becomes sort of instinctive to you in some way or the other, is like a separate world that you occupy. And I often think about how in India we are really incredibly lucky to be so multilingual, and the more we immerse in different languages, the better it is for us. In your case, what I notice is that the depth of immersion is great. That the depth of immersion is great enough to, of course, as you point out, English is an Indian language and all your writing is in English. But at the same time, you translated Lal Ded, and your facility with other languages is obviously at a certain depth where you are almost a natural or an adept at them. So tell me about, how it was, like, what role were which were these different languages? What role were they playing in your life? And did you have to code shift when you moved from one world to the other? Or was it sort of, did it blend into a harmonious whole? What part did they play? What part did knowing one language affect the appreciation of the other? Like, I imagine a poet in English who knows 5 other languages will have more tools at his disposal than someone who knows just English.
It's amazing you should say that, Amit, because I find that standing in the presence of the untranslatable actually is, for me, an experience of well-being, because then you're taking up that challenge, you're being stimulated by it. For instance, I find that a word like zamana or mahol, these are untranslatable into English because you have 4 or 5 different things that it could mean, but never that composite whole that it conveys to you in Urdu or in Hindustani. So for me, it's never been a situation where I say, oh my God, this is a dead end, you can't translate this. It's always about curiosity for another language, its life world, the kinds of relationships that are possible within it. And it's also a situation where I find myself subtly shading into a slightly different personality depending on the language I'm speaking or reading at any given point. Now, during the lockdown years, which happily we're all forgetting, one of the things that we set ourselves to do was to really read Hindi in a fairly systematic way. So at home, Nancy and I would really read to each other from Kumar Narayan's poetry, for instance, or Kedarnath Singh, Ashok Vajpayee, and Nagarjun. And that was one of the ways in which we really not only kept our sanity, but also found a space of abundance within all the captivity that the lockdown imposed in a way. So when I think about how language has had that meaning for me, again, I think back to a childhood where multiple languages were spoken in the home. Konkani is the language we spoke at home, and English. Interchangeable first languages. I've never had a sense of which came first. In fact, for a long time, I thought words like marmalade or teapot, for instance, many of these very, very everyday words, it's gradually it dawned on me that these are actually English words. I just assumed that they were Konkani. And also because I belong to this ethnic micro-minority that has a diasporic background, Kashmiri is a lost language, which haunts our past. And for me, it became an important life project to reclaim that language. Also because several cousins had either grown up in Delhi or in Hyderabad, or that was the armed forces part of my family. They grew up speaking either a really fine Hindustani or a Dakhini. So it was, for me, a situation where I was not only speaking in and responding to Hindi, it was not a monolithic Hindi. There was an ability there to switch among the different kinds of languages that have fed into what we today call Hindi. And it's not like this was evident to me at the time as a child. In fact, sometimes I would find Dakhini locutions quite comical, I have to say. In retrospect, I think it was a blessing to have had these different tonalities, different vocabularies, different ways of articulating a world to yourself. And as a poet, this to me is a very, very primary tool, really.
So, to use a word which you just invoked, tell me about the mahol around you when you were growing up and how that influenced the shaping of yourself.
My parents were very committed to the arts. I mean, they didn't practice an art themselves, but they were well attuned to music, to literature, and to the visual arts. And I just grew up in the midst of listening to music across a range, depending on whatever mood my parents were in. It could be Hindustani classical music. It could be Ravi Shankar and Ali Akbar Khan Sahab, Sitar and Sarod, or it could be Bismillah Khan Sahab, or it could suddenly be Stravinsky or Tchaikovsky. It was a very, very eclectic musical taste that they had. So as a result, I don't find myself trapped within a single genre or tradition. There's an ability to switch back and forth among different kinds of musical forms. Again, I'm leaping forward in time, but in my teenage years, when I discovered what is sometimes called minimalist music, avant-garde 20th century music, Steve Reich, Terry Riley, I did not find myself disoriented by that music. There was a sense that rather than be disoriented because your assumptions are shaken, there was an instinctive sense that you need to remake your assumptions to embrace this music. And I think it came out of these early experiences of listening to this very eclectic musical fare at home. Also, my parents would read to me from the poems they loved. With my mother, for instance, it was the ghazals of Ghalib. I remember even if I didn't grasp what was going on in the ghazals, there was the cadence, the musicality, which just became part of my system. And with my father, it was more Palgrave's Treasury kind of, Wordsworth, Coleridge. Coleridge particularly, I remember, I can, even as we're speaking now, think back to an early moment in life when my father was reading The Rime of the Ancient Mariner to me. So I think it was a case of simply being conditioned into cadence, into musicality, into forms of looking. And the arts for my parents were never an optional extra. They just, even if they didn't enunciate it as a kind of policy, it was just very clear that the arts were important and integral to life. So when I finished school, they were actually quite keen for me to go to art school because I used to paint as a child and was very, very active in the visual arts at school and at home. It was just my own dogmatic sense that I needed to do science in order to do architecture that I went into science. And long story. I then moved out into the social sciences and began to write poetry. And then eventually, rather than painting, I began to write criticism about the visual arts.
Give me a sense of how, when you speak of all the music you used to listen to, and when you talk about how your mom would read out poems to you, whether it's Ghalib or whatever, your dad would read out stuff to you. And I'm always fascinated by the role of sound in language and the way that poets use it. And again, I think the fact that you have different languages at your beck and call can make a difference to the kind of poetry you write. Because if you just read and write in English, you have a certain, to use a phrase popular these days, you have a limited LLM of influences to draw upon, right? And that's all you have. But you have a much larger repository of sounds and, musical intonations, for example, from all the other languages to draw upon. Do you feel that this sort of affected the kind of writing that you would later go on to do? Do you feel that one essential part of your poetry and perhaps even your writing itself is, at some level, everything that you got from osmosis from these other languages? And do you think about sound consciously? Like, I teach an online writing course, and one of my webinars is just about sound, beginning with iambic pentameter and then kind of taking them through the glories of sound and how to think about it consciously. So give me your sense of sort of, one, all of it seeping in through osmosis and affecting your work, and B, actually thinking about it consciously and looking at the way it plays out in the works of others and even in the different languages. Because one thing I haven't quite wrapped my head around is how writers and poets in different languages use sound differently, because each language is so inherently different.
Sound is for me paramount in poetry. And it's what carries the sense. It's what creates epiphany. It's what creates surprise. And in the last few years, I've finally come around to a kind of working definition of how I function as a poet. And I see myself as a multilingual reader who happens to be a monolingual writer.
Wow.
And the poetry that I increasingly have been writing now is definitely nourished by these multiple streams, linguistic and literary and musical. But it wasn't always like that. The way in which I was socialized into Indian poetry in English, Anglophone poetry in India, call it what you will, meant also that I would take on board the kind of political and historical situation in which we were as Anglophone writers in the 1980s, the late 80s and early 90s. I have to say in retrospect that we inhabited a citadel at that point. There was a crushing burden of nativist criticism to deal with, where effectively you were being told that you were writing in the colonizer's language, it was not legitimate to use English, that there was a lack of authenticity, and so on. This is an argument I've never understood, because ultimately language it's like sculpture. It's a medium. You make something of it. You craft shapes in it. It's not as if the mere fact that you write in a bhasha automatically guarantees you some kind of authenticity. The question is, what are you doing with that language? But one result of that citadel mentality is that I think there was a kind of a resistance to opening oneself out to other languages. The entire emphasis was on somehow securing your endangered and threatened territory as an Anglophone writer. Fortunately, in my generation particularly, we've put that behind us in different ways. A key sign of that is the fact that many of us are translators. Whether it's Jerry Pinto or Mani Rao, Arundhati Subramaniam, Vivek Narayanan, Mustansir Dalvi, Sampurna Chatterjee. I can think of many, many people. Translation to us is, if I can speak for our generation, more or less, translation is not a secondary activity. It is a creative activity that is part of the poetic process, part of our life and work as poets. And this is altogether a far healthier way of addressing this issue. You may not write in one of the Deshbhashas, but these Deshabhashas are inside you. They've formed parts of your consciousness. They're among the ingredients you have when you sit down to create a poem. They also inform the ways in which you address various histories that you inherit. I find it, for instance, very, very refreshing to be able to read, say, a text by Kumar Narayan, a poem, and I realize that the cosmopolitanism that one has in English has its counterpart in Hindi. Or when I read Vilas Sarang's fiction in the original Marathi, it's that same refreshing sense. And you realize that the citadel mentality that I spoke of earlier was really very, very limiting, because it also gave you a false and distorted picture of what was going on in the other languages. All of these languages have their own modernity, they have their own cosmopolitanism, and it's wonderful, for instance, to apprentice yourself to somebody like Kumar Narayan. I mean, I've been reading him intensively, which is why he's so much in my thoughts. Now, here was a poet who was really on a par with Miłosz, Zbigniew Herbert, Brodsky, Derek Walcott, I mean, any of these people. And yet, unfortunately, has remained within a kind of a national or nationalist understanding of his work. So I'm kind of wondering now, from how I think about other languages and how they inform me, but also thinking about a sense of empathy, I think, that I've had as a poet with writers in the Deshbhashas. I'm not sure what form that will take, whether I will bear witness to that as a translator or as a critic, but it seems to me very, very important to acknowledge these other cosmopolitanisms within the larger South Asian context. And I think as Anglophone writers, we need to do more of that, to really see the points of affinity, the grounds that are shared, rather than to be anxious about the particular choice of language you write in.
So, two-part question. When I was much younger, I also had this terrible, deplorable, snobbish attitudes where in my mind there was a hierarchy of languages, and English, obviously being the one I was most comfortable with, was at the top. And again, this is part of, the legacy of colonization, etc., that you think English is kind of at the top, and therefore I would take in westernized culture. I would watch a lot of world cinema and not watch Bollywood at all. And of course, over the years into adulthood, the attitude changed, and now I kind of embrace everything except SRK films. And over time, that attitude changed. And was that kind of the journey you make as well? Like when you speak of being in a citadel, was it just a sense of being besieged as writers in a language which was supposedly inauthentic? Though, as I am always at pains to saying, English is as Indian a language as any other language. Absolutely. So like, what the fuck? And or did that whole citadel mentality also mean a kind of sense of seeing yourself above all the rabble around? That, hey, you Hindi guys are reading other Hindi guys, you Punjabi guys are reading other Punjabi guys, we are reading everything. Was there a sort of a sense of that? Because obviously by now all the names that you took and yourself have engaged so deeply and translated so much that it is clearly not the case. But was there a sense of that? That's part one of my question. And part two is, when you begin to appreciate works in other languages, do you have to use other frameworks? For example, I often find that if I am watching a Hindi film, a traditional Hindi film, it is completely pointless for me to judge it by the framework with which I would look at world cinema or realist cinema elsewhere. It is, in fact, a category error. These are completely different art forms. They are both equally noble art forms. There is no hierarchy, and one must judge them differently. I had an episode with Sarah Rai a while ago,
Yes.
Munshi Premchand's granddaughter, and one of the things that we kind of spoke about was that when I read Premchand's work, one, I am deeply affected by it. At the same time, it strikes me that a lot of the values that we would teach in Western literature, like show don't tell, for example, you can't apply that prism to him because he is writing almost a story a day at a point in time. He's churning them out, and very often he is telling, not showing. But nevertheless, there's so much beauty happening there that it affects you deeply anyway, and therefore is of equal artistic value to anything you could read by perhaps a Western writer. So do you have to code shift there also when you're viewing poetry and art in all the different languages?
Absolutely. And I think this is what makes it so invigorating. The fact that you not only are you taking on board utterance of a very different kind, but also you're engaging with the life world from which it comes, a different aesthetic. Reading Nirala, for instance, or reading Nagarjun, or reading Kedarnath Singh. It's, for me, also this tremendous sense of discovering different kinds of rhetoricity. What is this voice? Is it declamatory? Is it persuasive? It's this play of tonalities that makes these different poetries, I'm going to have to say, rather than poetry. This is what makes these poetries so distinctive and so significant, and this is how you learn. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, I think we were also, as Anglophone poets, in thrall, even if many of us personally militated against it, to a certain dominance of an ironic awareness of the world, a certain refusal to take the world seriously, a certain suspicion of affect, of emotion. A lot of this changed for me also through conversations with let's say, Arun Kopkar, the filmmaker, discussing with him what rasa might mean, how it might play out in forms like Kudiyattam or Kathakali. What was the nature of temporality, or just spending a lot of time watching Money Calls films. In what way is time stretched out? How does it become a continuum? How does it become a cocoon? These questions, I realize in retrospect, really had a huge effect on me in drawing me into this world where it was possible to shuttle from one way of looking at art making and making art to another. Which is also why, as a critic, I've never been able to function from some singular dogma. If you think of Clement Greenberg, his notions of flatness and medium specificity, they were so important to him. Almost had a kind of a religious article of faith quality. I've never been able to do that as a critic because I think it limits the whole purpose of criticism. If you arrive with your assumptions and dogmas in place and then try and reduce everything you're looking at to your dogma, then you might as well stay home with your dogma. It doesn't add to your sensibility. It doesn't help you discover more dimensions of the world. So my article of faith is that one has to be pluralist in embracing what different kinds of art forms have to offer. And how do you then arrive at criteria? I think those criteria get developed along the way in relation to what that artist is trying to do. What is that practice about? Trying to hold all kinds of artistic and literary practices to some predetermined charter is simply not going to work. I think we know that as readers. It's always wonderful to find yourself in a new landscape. If you know what that landscape is going to be already, there's a kind of a predictability there.
Can you share some of these sort of insights that you gained along the way? For example, you mentioned that in your conversations with Arun Kopkar, you learned more about rasa and the way it's used in these Indian forms and all of that. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, or even anything that constituted a sudden additional layer of understanding of the world?
since we are talking about cinema, I think two crucial experiences in cinema for me were discovering Tarkovsky and recognizing how one might be entirely in the contemporary world in a narrative and yet have that experience be colored by the epic, by the spiritual, by the enigma of the sacred. That was one major experience on which I continue to draw, actually.
Which films in particular?
Thinking of definitely Stalker, for instance, Sacrifice, not so popular with people. Even if you look back, Ivan's childhood, I find that this sense of experience being available to us as shards and fragments with something that brings them into a totality that is just slightly elusive, outside your reach. I'm still decoding this. I'm still going back to Tarkovsky and seeing how this plays out. So that was a major experience. The other was the cinema of Parajanov. That to me was The Color of Pomegranates, Sayat-Nova. That was to me another experience in the importance of storytelling. How might one bring together poetry, music, and a certain kind of narrative? How does that play out in terms of a fabular sensibility? How do you compress these images and yet find yourself being carried along on a narrative flow? That it forms another stream in my writing. Although I've very rarely written fiction, I find myself at the threshold of fiction often in the poems. And the prose poem is one of those areas where this question comes alive for me. On the one hand, there's the immense seduction of the compressed image that releases itself. And on the other, there is this sense of discovery that you share with the reader when you're telling a story. So storytelling on the one hand and the compressed image on the other. The changing relationship between these two is something I've been fascinated by.
When you first got drawn to poetry, who were the kind of poets who you really loved, and who inspired you to want to write yourself? And you're most welcome throughout the course of this conversation to read out anything if you feel like, or to read out something that evokes memories.
I began to write poetry rather early in the day. And when I look back at that, writing from when I was, say, 7 or 8 or 9 years old, of course, a lot of that had to do with what I was reading at school or at home. It fell into a certain kind of prosody that came out of the Romantic period. And at the same time, there was, beyond that musicality, for me, there was also a sense of conveying the sharp visual nature of the world. So for a long time, that was the tension for me in poetry. How do I bear witness to everything that amazes me visually? And how do I bring that into a form that makes a musical claim on the listener? But at a certain point, I think late school, early college, I found myself completely captivated by Ted Hughes, Seamus Heaney, Geoffrey Hill. Very much these masculine poets, if you will, who were looking at the viscerality of the agrarian life, of political strife, of myth, of recovering lost histories, which hasn't left me. It's still very much there. But I'm surprised at how a few years after that, I found myself moving very, very strongly in the direction of American women poets and everything that they had to present in terms of their inquiry into the universe, its asymmetries. Thinking here of Jory Graham, for instance, Sharon Olds, Louise Gluck. As I discovered Rita Dove, as I discovered these poets, it's only in retrospect that I realized that I'd moved from these extremely robust, masculine British poets to these sophisticated American women poets whose writing opened up different kinds of questions. And even if I didn't share their politics or their questions, I found that there was a great deal to learn there. And Jory Graham in particular, I find that it could be that the music of her lines is what it is, because she also grew up multilingual. She effectively grew up in Italy and with Italian as a first language. So I guess I reach out to poets who have this ability to draw on plural linguistic archives, and which somehow shimmers through in what they write.
Can you elaborate on what you meant by, on one hand, robust and masculine, and on the other hand, a different, that obviously you're not just referring to the gender of the poet in question, but also the kind of writing and the kind of themes, I'm guessing. So can you sort of elaborate a bit on that, maybe with examples?
If I think, for instance, about Seamus Heaney or Geoffrey Hill or Ted Hughes, the first image that comes to mind is that of the hard edge. There's in their poetry, again, I'm summarizing brutally, of course, there are three very distinctive poets, but what comes through very, very strongly is a haptic need to hold on to and bear witness to objects, to the play of power in life, to the assertion of the self's agency in a particular situation. With, say, Jory Graham or Adrian Rich or Louise Gluck, what I sensed in their work, and what I hope I've learned in some ways, is the way in which they're able to invoke the aura of interrelationships among objects, whilst equally having this tremendous sensuous ability to bear witness to the world and its objects. There's also a particular attentiveness to shifting recalibrations of relationships between humans, between those who have power and those who are vulnerable. There's a different set of issues at play, I think. So that, I think, is, if I had to think carefully about what it was, what that shift involved for me, I think it was this kind of shift from these between these two sets of poets. But equally, very, very crucial figures for me along the way were A.K. Ramanujan, Aga Shahid Ali, Dilip Chitre, Arun Kolatkar. I was already in my 20s, I think, when I realized just how inspiring these practices were. Meeting Shahid for the first time, being in the presence of this warm, generous, incredibly empathetic personality was for me quite a crucial experience.
Tell me about each of these people who you met and whose not just their poetry but the person also was an influence on you. Like, you have a moving Instagram post, which of course I'll link from the show notes, about Geef Patel after he passed away, and how both of you were proteges from different generations of Nassim Ezekiel. I'm paraphrasing, of course, and how you used to hang out at Nassim's office and how you used to, hang out with Geef, and in a sense I'm a little odd that, and I mean, I could have met some of these people myself had I been into reading poetry at that time, but the thought that there are people who have actually met Arun Kolatkar, whose work I absolutely adore, is, so tell me a little bit about all of these people, because it seems to me that there is, the one layer is that there is this unique ecosystem, not necessarily with the citadel mentality, but simply having something in common by the fact that they write poetry in English or they care about it, and that's the language you're interpreting the world in. And secondly, there's sort of another layer where all of these people are in a sense showing you what is possible. How can you write in this language about your experience in this country? And thirdly, there are all the personal relationships where instead of a sense of competitiveness or whatever, in a world where there is already scarcity of attention given to poets, that one hears about all these poets who are mentoring each other, helping each other, and sort of immersing themselves in each other's work. So tell me about who these influences are one by one. Talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, I realize that I've been zigzagging across
Which
my
is great.
chronology.
That is very much the design of the show. So feel free to do that.
No, but let me try and do this more systematically. The first of these figures would have to be Nissim. Nissim Ezekiel was my first mentor. My father literally took me to him because Nissim had been my father's senior at Wilson College, almost in a previous life in the 40s. And at some point when my father realized I was actually seriously committed to poetry, he said, well, let's go around to Nissim and see what he has to say about this. So Nissim had a remarkably clear-sighted sense of how this works. So he told me plainly that this was going to be, a serious process of self-critical, rigorous activity. And I'm really grateful that he did that. Not that I had any delusions that I was, fully formed. But it was very, very good to have a mentor who made it clear that there was hard work involved and that it wasn't only going to be a simple kind of career graph. So it was, it was, when was this? This was the end of 1986. Along with that clear-sighted sense that the poet's life is not an easy or uncomplicated one, went Nissim's great generosity. The way in which he, brought me on board readings he was doing. Some of them were on radio, actually, for AIR. There was one that I did with him at the American Center, which was right across Theosophy Hall then. And he also opened up doors for me in terms of a younger generation of poets. The Poetry Circle had just got off the ground in 1986. So Nissim said, you might want to go around and join this group and see what they're about. And that led to many very fruitful years of conversation with fellow poets, lifelong friendships that emerged from it, as with Jerry and with Arundhati. And Nissim's office at Theosophy Hall, it's appeared in many people's poems. Amit Chaudhary has a beautiful poem about that. The door half ajar and the light and this white-haired aquiline figure sitting there reading or counseling poets. The office at Theosophy Hall was really a place where you could have completely unexpected meetings with researchers, translators, novelists, poets, anthropologists, people from very, very diverse domains. And that is indeed where I first met Give. And that led to another long friendship of nearly 40 years. Give and I realized that of course, like many of us had, my first acquaintance with Give was on Killing a Tree, which we had in this textbook, Panorama at school. But to actually meet the author of that poem, I was still a teenager when that happened. And then to get a sense of his larger preoccupations in theater, as a painter, it was a series of discoveries of the universes of imagination that Give inhabited. Then there was Arvind Krishna Mehrotra, who would spend part of the year, a month or so at a time in Bombay in those years particularly. Then through the Poetry Circle, we organized workshops or readings or lectures with many of poets such as Keki Darawala, for instance. That's how Aga Shahid Ali came to us. So it was a platform, it was a crucible. When I think back at it, it was such an incredibly formative period, and it was a blessing to have so many of these poets who were generous, who were intergenerationally, attentive to what was going on. And again, when I look back now, I realize that many of them were in their prime. They were starting off on new projects. They were going off into a different phase in their arc. I guess when you're a teenager, everybody looks infinitely old to you. But, when I think back, many of these people were in their late 40s, their 50s. And now that I'm 54,
we are infinitely old.
We are infinitely old indeed. You have a birthday coming up shortly.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sri Ramanujan too, in fact. Yeah. remember hosting a lecture for him as part of the PN All India Centre's activities. And you always had a more than a glimpse of what they were working on, whether it was a new set of poems which would soon turn into a published volume or an ongoing translation. Then there was a number of years spent working with Dilip Chitre. I began to translate several of his stories long enough to be novellas, really. That didn't eventually go anywhere in terms of published work. But I made a pilgrimage with Dilip to the landscape of Tukaram. We went up to the Bhandara cave where Tukaram had composed many of his abhangs. 1994, April. I will always think back to that experience as having also been very, very pivotal in many ways. It was, I'd just started working on Lala at that point. So this seemed like a great affirmation, a sense that one was dedicating oneself to this long and pan-South Asian lineage of saint poets. Thinking about the nature of utterance, its connection to particular landscapes. So much there that, again, I'm still unpacking.
One of my favorite poems by Dilip Chitre is Father Returning Home. What a remarkable poem. What also strikes me is that one, that if you weren't in Bombay at that time, if you were in some small town, or if you were still in Goa perhaps, your trajectory would have been very different. Your journey into poetry would have been much harder because you wouldn't obviously have had all these examples and the kind of support in different ways that one gets. But it also strikes me that apart from the fact of all of you being Indian poets writing in English, there is often not much in common. You're writing in very different ways. And I'm wondering how you came about at the kind of poetry that you wrote. Because when I look at, Arun Kolatkar's brilliant Jejuri, for example, and it's really extremely a different kind of language which anyone can appreciate and which is sort of accessible. Nissim kind of built his own language with Indian English and did such an amazing job of that, and so on and so forth. And there also I struggled to figure out who your influences are. Because what you were doing was, again, really visceral, really powerful, but there seems to be nothing like it in Indian poetry in English, at least, to my really limited knowledge. So forgive me for any naive questions. So tell me a little bit about how, your poetry took the kind of shape that it did. And how did other people react to it? How did they respond to it? Because it is natural for us to be dismissive of something that we may not immediately understand or that may not be familiar, we may not have encountered. And I'm guessing that might have led to a certain amount of self-doubt within you yourself. And, you would have had internal struggles of, I think at the first level, the struggle that every poet no doubt faces is just figuring out that, is this poetry? Is what I am writing poetry? I'm reading all these great people but is this poetry? And once you kind of figure that out, the directions that you grow in, often there are certain directions you give yourself permission to go in because they are familiar directions, others have gone in them. And it seems that you kind of almost charted your own path. And of course, I'm seeing it from a distance and with no knowledge at all. So enlighten me.
No, it's actually, it corresponds very, very precisely to phases that I did in fact go through. In the early years, for instance, I think I had what I would have to say was an undeserved reputation for being obscure or somehow complex. And I think a lot of that had to do with people reading my early art criticism, and then which was, I have to say, it tended towards a certain kind of arcane expression. But that's another story, because I really wanted to develop a kind of art criticism that made some demands on the reader's attention and ability to wrestle with questions rather than being purely descriptive or purely analytical. But I think people's response to my art criticism tended to spill over into into how they responded to my poetry. I don't think the poetry was ever intentionally obscure. It's just that in the first book, for instance, Zones of Assault, there are a number of linguistic experiments. There is a way in which syntax is quite deliberately thrown out of gear. There is a desire to go back to the strong Old Norse or Anglo-Saxon roots of the language and play that against more Latinate dimensions of the language. I think all of this may have seemed rather strange to people. But on the other hand, for years there was this sense that my poetry was about myth and history, which of course they are among my subjects, but not in themselves, more from the point of view that what we take to be the past never actually goes away. Now, these are patterns of persistence that inform our contemporary experience. And in this, I found myself very, very closely aligned with Dom Moraes and with Keki Daruvala. To me, these were very important presences in my life as a young poet. I greatly admired Dom's writing, and eventually one of the things that I did do coming out of that was to put together an annotated edition of his selected poems, which really gave me the opportunity to reflect on his practice, his historical contexts. And the reason I was sustained by Dom's practice and by Keki's is that to them, myth and history were not external. They were live, they were current, and they helped us to better understand our own present as something that has, deep roots. The syndromes of today can be read back into the past. So I think for all of these reasons, readers who were more attuned to or expected a certain kind of poetry of the city may have felt a bit thrown by some of my work. But to me, sometimes when people say, oh, you're one of the Bombay poets, I sort of step back and say, am I really? I mean, I've lived here most of my life. And of course, Bombay is a presence in my poems, but I don't really see myself so much as a Bombay poet. More as a poet who is concerned with the natural world and what we've done to it. And how does one write poetry out of a sense of responsibility towards a natural world that we've damaged? That kind of question has become more and more important to me, for instance. But why else might my poetry have seemed to be at a kind of tangent to everything else? When I think of the substrata from which that poetry emerged, a very important source of inspiration for me also were the volumes that came out as modern poetry in translation that Penguin brought out, edited by Ted Hughes and Daniel Weisbrot. When you read these Polish or Yugoslav or Czech poets, there was a kind of a crystalline clarity to those poems which masked something else, something more allegorical, something more enigmatic that was going on. Very soon you realized, of course, two things. One is that many of those poems came out of situations determined by authoritarian regimes. So the kind of poetic utterance there is really refines its ability to work mysteriously. And the other thing, of course, is that you realize that it was written in a kind of translatories. But to me, engaging with that kind of language, which was a language of transition, a language that represented another language, again, I found that bracing. I found that I'm wandering off topic.
No, you're not. I mean, this is all of it is illuminative. Yeah.
It's pursuing this interest that I have in languages that are somehow in transition or at thresholds of different kinds. It made me think about what these translations were pointing to, what kinds of shifts, what kinds of adjustments were going on behind the scenes. So, it brought me around again to, this is a long way of saying that I went through MPT to come to Arun Kolatkar and to understand him more fully. Because when you read Kolatkar in English, it's a very crystalline American idiom. When you read what seems to be that same poem in Marathi, it's richly colored by regional inflections. And why am I saying this? Partly, at least, because It gave me an insight on how poems can exist in different languages, in different dimensions for different audiences. And could one infuse the same poem in one language with these different kinds of dimensions? That's a formal question that has been with me also for a long time. And in a book like Jonah Whale, for instance, I tried out poems which tried to do this, which transited from, say, English into Braj Bhasha, or came back or brought something back from another language into English. How does the body of the poem open up to embrace these different dimensions? How do I make my syntax in English more diaphanous, as it might be in Urdu, for instance? These are the kinds of questions that I've become more and more preoccupied with. And in a strange way, they've allowed me to infuse my poetry with more affect, more of an emotional valency than I think was previously the case.
You wrote this brilliant column in 2003 for The Hindu called A Poet's Nightmare, which The Hindu no longer has on his website, but it's there in the internet Wayback Machine, because nothing ever disappears. And
Gosh, yes.
and it's about sort of three nightmares that you mention, and I'm going to ask you about the first two of them. But first, I'll read out this beautiful paragraph, and the whole of the piece is just incredible. So I'll link it from the show notes. And you write, the poet has a recurrent nightmare. He has been invited to give a reading. The appointed evening comes around, and 15 minutes into the session, he finds himself in a room where he is reader, moderator, and audience all in one. The organizers flit in and out, hoping that listeners will materialize on the strength of 11th hour prayer. At length, a feature writer representing the Sunday pages of a daily shows up, quietly pleased to see that the customary notice about the death of poetry stands unchallenged. He thinks up a jaunty obituary and leaves for more entertaining pastures. Stop quote. And you have three nightmares which you talk about through the column, The Poet's Nightmare. And the first two of them, I mean, the way I'm summarizing them is, number one is no one is listening, and number two is it's difficult to understand, right? And I want to here ask a sort of a two-part question, but it's really the same question. And one is that, was that a fear or was that an insecurity you faced as a poet, that who is reading me? And the second part of that, and related to that and arising from that, is who are you really writing for? Because I imagine that if you are to write for only your own self, then perhaps you need not write at all. Perhaps a grunt would suffice, right? Because you already have all of the context within you and nothing needs to be said. Equally, if you are to make it completely accessible to someone who knows nothing at all, then it is not poetry. It's like, Borges said a map of the world has to be as big as the world itself, and it can sprawl forever. And between these two mad extremes of nothing at all and everything at once, you have to figure out who you're writing for and what the poem is. And I guess part of the the early accusations made against you, that you're being too sort of obscure and you're talking about myth and stuff and you have allusions no one can understand, is because you drew the line in a particular place, and then later perhaps you draw the line in a different place. And I wonder how, in your own mind, you've wrestled with that question of where you draw the line, because at one level we think of our work, our art, or whatever we create as something that needs to be pristine and authentic to us, that this is what I want to say and I will not change it for anything. At another level, we also do want to reach out because it's outward facing. We're putting it out there. We are publishing a book. We are putting the poem down on paper. So how do you wrestle sort of with that question? And, and I don't have any of those criticisms at all, but these are criticisms that you faced, and it's nonsensical criticisms, that not accessible enough or whatever. But for you, from the inside out, did you think about where do you draw the line? Do you think you ever erred in terms of where you drew that line and so on?
It's actually a question that's been with me all of these years. Let me respond with an anecdote or several, which is that when my first book of poems came out, Zones of Assault, the one that was thought to be obscure and so on and so forth, it was published by Rupa and Company. It was part of this series called Rupa New Poetry and Rupa New Poets, which Nissim was the general editor for. to my great amazement, I would get letters which were sent to Rupa's office in Daryaganj, and then they would send it on to me, from Srinagar, from Kalimpong, from Coimbatore. At one level, this speaks to the glory of a distribution system that really gets these books out to a wide array of places. But what moved me was that these were very, very serious responses from readers who were reaching out, who sought clarification for some poems or offered generous responses. With some of these people, a schoolboy in Srinagar, who at that point, this was, remember, 1991, 92, who had missed months of school, and reading my book was for him one of the things that he had held on to during this period. That moved me deeply. What moves me yet more is that we kept in touch and are still in touch. And today he's an academic at Ashoka. And when I taught there for a semester last year, we were colleagues in the same department. And he's an impressive scholar. And I'm saying this because we never know who our readers are. I mean, to me, the figure of the unpredictable reader is crucial, which is why I think when we put our poems or any of our texts, any of our writing out, it, as you said, it cannot simply be for ourselves. If that was so, then we could easily write a journal and keep it to ourselves. There's something invitational and exploratory. There's a quest for common ground, a sense that dialogue might follow. I think it's these impulses that really have a lot to do with why we publish at all and what kinds of responses come our way. So this is what inspires me as a poet, this figure that I'm going to call the unpredictable reader. And another set of responses to this question to me would come from the world of Hindustani classical music. I mean, today concerts tend to follow the formats of Western classical music, where the audience is supposed to maintain a hushed funereal silence while the vocalist or the instrumentalist does their thing. But if you look at how Baitaks used to be in the old days, or sometimes if you have these bootleg recordings of private Baitaks, you realize there was a great deal of dialogue. It's not that the exposition was the raga start to finish, not that there is really a start or a finish to a raga exposition, but that there were interruptions occasionally. The musician would reach out to the audience. There would be a playful, teasing exchange. Someone would make a request. That kind of interplay between artist and audience is something that I cherish. I mean, how do we achieve that in the age of print modernity? I don't know, but it's important to be informed by that sense, that you are in this kind of mutually replenishing dialogue with an audience. I think that's truly important. Otherwise, we'll all be condemned to our own solipsisms.
So I'll take a digression here and ask you a question about form. One of the most impressive books that I read recently is David Byrne's book, How Music Works. Mm-hmm. And he talks about how the places in which music is performed shapes the music so deeply and therefore shapes the entire culture. Like your early music is so percussive because they're outdoors and, the beats have to gather people, etc., etc. When you look at a Western concert hall, percussive simply would not work there. It would be complete madness. And neither would too many details or too much nuance, because it would kind of get lost. So you have that kind of symphonic sound which works best in concert halls. And then when you enter, for example, the alternative rock clubs like the legendary CBGBs in the 1970s, where there are chairs everywhere and people everywhere and waiters are going around with drinks and everything, and you're performing, and the separation of sound is fantastic because there are just so many things, physical things, that are in the way, and you can do really intricate things and play intricate patterns and all of that. And I find that what therefore happens is that just the way in which you consume that particular form shapes the content that comes out of it, and then it shapes the entire culture around it, because a certain kind of music may be more given to a certain kind of social gathering or a certain mahol, as it were. And in terms of poetry, how does one think about that? Because I can find that there are many different ways in terms of form that one can interact with poetry. I can be sitting in 1985 quietly in my room with no other distractions and open a book, and on that book there is a printed poem and I read it, and that's one form of interaction. Another form of interaction is I'm in a local train today and I'm quickly going from one station to another, and I'm flicking through things on my phone and I come across this poem and I read it, and it's entirely different, and the imperatives that are required for this reader to read it are entirely different. Then you have spoken word, where people are going to these spoken word places and they are performing, and this might bring about a different kind of incentive into play, where perhaps the sound has to be spectacular. Perhaps much as stand-up comics know that you need these certain beats at regular intervals. Perhaps for spoken word you need that. I'm just thinking aloud, and I'm guessing there are all these different forms interacting with each other. I listened to, Lou Reed's great 1989 album, New York, and that seems to me to be really an album of poetry. It's spoken word, you've got your guitar and the rock sound and everything, but it is poetry kind of being read aloud in a different context. Dylan got the Nobel. I'd written a sort of a TOI column sort of celebrating that. And that is also poetry, but it's only poetry within the context of the song. Outside of it, sometimes you may look at it otherwise. So what is your sense in the modern world where we engage with poetry completely differently, where we can adapt it to different forms? Like I look at hip-hop, for example. When I first encountered hip-hop in the 1980s in India, one heard a random rap song and you would think that what nonsense is this? These people can't sing, so they're just talking to a beat. But then you begin to realize that, my God, what an incredible art form, and an incredible art form that involves a spoken word that is literature as much as anything else is literature, and the best of it, invokes in you the same feelings as the best poetry does. So what is your sense of, poetry and all the different forms in which it can be consumed, and have you at times been attracted to different forms and done things with them? Is your poem necessarily different when you're reading it on the page and when you're actually performing it yourself?
It's amazing you should invoke in beautiful detail this question of the contexts in which music unfolds and how it responds to those contexts. For many years, I've thought of the poem as a score, actually.
Wow.
And tempo is an important question for me. So, say over the last decade particularly, I've been giving thought to this. I mean, how I read my poem is not necessarily how I think everybody should read the poem. It has within it various cadences and a whole system of off-rhymes, slant rhymes, assonance, and so on, which gives it its musical character. But how this is to be interpreted, I would like to leave to individual readers. Of course, this demands a certain ear for these things. But I am excited to hear this poem read in different ways, with variations on this tempo. So this, to me, is an important question. Also, in a number of poems from this collection called Jonah Whale onwards, I've been thinking about the libretto as a form. I mean, how do I bring together multiple voices? How does the poem open itself up to be not just a singular voice, but a multiplicity, a set of dialogues that go on with different kinds of differently graded and grained voices coming in? This direction in my poetry came out of an experience of working with Vanraj Bhatia. We were working for a number of years on an opera.
Wow.
Based on Girish Karnad's play, The Fire and the Rain. So I got a call from Vanraj out of the blue at some point, and he said, is this of interest? Would you like to do this? So I said, I've never done it before, so let's give it a shot. And it was extremely fruitful. Vanraj, of course, was incredibly eccentric and a very particular character, but it was a great experiment to be involved with. I developed the first of 2 acts of this opera, and then I had to step out because I got caught up with other things. But thinking through questions of when spoken dialogue takes on the character of recitative halfway to song, and then there is an aria or a duet or some wonderful musical expression that surges, and then it comes back and gradually through song into speech. These transitions to me were profoundly captivating. And again, I thought of that as an apprenticeship to another art, to music, to opera. Somewhere in the background to everything I do is the hope of what Wagner used to call a Gesamtkunstwerk, the total artwork, which would have dimensions of theater, music, poetry, painting, architecture. I think in the various arts today, we can only arrive at some kind of fragment of this totality, but the possibility that you could do that is something that remains inspiring.
What comes closest?
Cinema, I think, was a definite wager on the total artwork, whether it's through scenography, music, narrative. The one limitation there might be that eventually it is all held captive within a particular kind of ultimately slightly flat moving image. But I think there are various forms where people have tried to get to this. And by a kind of circular process, I find myself thinking also about how festivals come close to this ideal in some ways. So festivals have also been a focus of interest for me over the years. What is it? What is the choreography of a festival like? How are all of these different articulations brought into play? Which led me to actually think back to and write a little about Wajid Ali Shah in Lucknow. And my argument there was that through his particular chosen art form, which he refined, he actually was ahead of Wagner in thinking through a total art form. Because when he created these, I would have to say opera, one falls short of another description. It partook of all of these aspects. The script would have the actors in these leelas that he produced, at large in the Kaiserberg, which was partly palace, partly urban space. New forms of dance and music were pioneered within that ethos. So I find myself attracted to these moments in cultural history where visionary figures have tried to embrace these larger possibilities.
So, since you talk about this total one art form that encompasses everything and of different forms being fragments of that, I'll read out a couple of poems from John Vale, as you've been sort of mentioning that.
Okay.
And I remember when the book came out, I excitedly took photographs. I had a physical copy, and I was tweeting out poems from there. I'll read out a couple of them, and I'll get to my question. And one is called Planetarium. A stupa with the night sky trapped inside, growling. That's it. That's a poem. It's a single line. And it's so powerful and hits me so hard, and it leaves me with one kind of feeling. And another poem which leaves me with a different kind of feeling. Self-portrait as child in the rain. Shadows trapped in the door, rain tapping out a message on roof and branch. An ampersand of cloud. Scared bird, wet, waiting for the others to catch up at the finish line. And this also leaves me with a different kind of feeling. And I read these, and it seems to me that these are complete expressions on their own. To add anything to it, or to take away anything from it, would completely destroy it. They're incredibly powerful, they're perfect as they are. And yet, I get what you're saying when it's like you've captured a moment, you've given a glimpse, and you've left it at that. And I remember sort of thinking recently, like there's a friend of mine who's 21 years old, and he's written this play, and it's a musical play, and he's written all the songs, and I went to watch it recently, and I was completely blown away. And I thought that it has all the sort of the passion and the revelation of poetry, but not the depth of literature. And I didn't mean this in a bad way. The way in which I meant this was that, and I was thinking about why many poets and many rock stars can achieve great things, write great songs or poems when they're extremely young. But you will really not find great novels from the very young. You have to kind of be in your 30s or 40s, and the greatest work perhaps comes even after that. And in my mind, the reason I postulated for that is that it is a moment of inspiration, a magical moment that, you're trying to capture in poetry. Like, a stupa with the night sky trapped inside growling, which is brilliant. And of course, you were much older when you wrote this, but you get what I'm saying, that a moment like this, it is possible for the young to glimpse upon it like a revelation. But if you're writing a sort of a larger work like a novel, you need that lived experience, because a novel like that would necessarily have to involve a deeper understanding of human nature and a lot of concrete details which you cannot kind of get if you're 20 or 21, which is not to say it's not possible, but there would be outliers. So what is sort of your sense of this in terms of the different arts, and not passing judgment on any of the arts? Like, if you give me 24 hours to live, the last thing I will probably read is poetry. I love it that much, but they're all really different in these kind of roles that they perform. So what are your thoughts?
I agree with you that there are different kinds of competences arising out of training in some arts. And of course, there's the arc of experience that you need to produce great work in other arts. I'm sometimes tempted to see across the arts two figures, two different approaches that you might have. One is the way of the virtuoso, someone who's really mastered the forms and techniques of their art and then are able to produce brilliant work, thinking of Glenn Gould, the pianist, for instance, in this case. And the other is someone who is more of a pilgrim, I would say. Someone who proceeds through trial and error, who moves through hurdles and obstacles, doesn't necessarily have a sense of what the goal is, but simply by wandering about with a certain desire to keep at this quest, is able to bear witness to what it means to be a pilgrim in that sense. And I think both of these approaches are equally valid to me. The virtuoso's approach to me is honestly, there was a time in life when I had great admiration for the virtuoso. Now it seems to me that virtuosic skill is ultimately, it's skill at an extremely high level. But I don't know what one is likely to discover through it. Where are the moments of passion, the transports, the great departures, the discoveries that you might make, or variations, and you slip through the score into something else that you're able to offer your listeners, in the case of music, for instance. And I think the pilgrim is much better equipped to do that. Another associated question that comes up is, of course, you're acquiring experience. The world is revealing itself to you in a certain complexity, but you're also committing yourself to ever deeper research in a certain way. And again, in Jonah Whale, for instance, a number of those poems that had to do with maritime history, with how people are transformed in the act of crossing the ocean and forming new languages and new relationships. A lot of that came out of years and years of reading and thinking about the histories of the sea. So I would add to this arc of experience also the arc of research, which I think is really important for any art.
Is your journey the journey of a virtuoso who became a pilgrim, and was translation, one milestone on that journey, or maybe a turning point?
I think there was an ambition at one point to have a certain kind of virtuosic sense of things, but if I think back to that period, the tug of the pilgrim's path was always stronger. I often found myself gravitating to the other arts and learning from them. And, I think that has had a lot to do with why I've proceeded through these detours and meanderings and, by indirections. Often I've found myself, as I said, for instance, this experience of working with Van Raj on the opera. There was so much that I learned, that I internalized, and that I was able to articulate then in changes in my poetry. I think that was important. Translation, very definitely. I think working for a 20-year period on the Vaks of Lalla, That was definitely a transformative experience. Working on Urdu poetry in these last 10 years or so again has been I can actually graph that shift in terms of how my poems have opened up in their syntax, the way in which I now drop capitalization and punctuation. How does this poem float in a certain way? How is it legible? How could it be readable in multiple ways? These are lessons learned from the practice of translation. Yeah, absolutely.
So, I have a WhatsApp group with my writing students, some 700 people on it because WhatsApp increased the limits and
Amazing.
there are plenty of them there. And one of them heard my episode with our mutual friend Danish, and they picked up on a particular share about Karwa, that the Karwa of love kept getting whatever. I mean, I won't even try to remember it. But essentially what they did was they reproduced the Urdu and then they gave their own little translation for everyone. And I said, hey, incredible share, but the translation doesn't cut it. And another person said, no problem, I'll take it to someone who knows the language really well. And I said, no, you're missing the point completely. It's not about knowing the language. To translate a piece of poetry, you have to be a poet. That is the only way, because you have to understand the essence of what the poet is getting at and you have to reproduce it. And from here, I would say that if you're translating a poet is likely to be a good translator because you're engaging with language very closely if you're a poet as opposed to other forms. And B, again, if you're translating poetry, it's like doing something entirely anew. And therefore, I imagine when you're, for example, when you were working on Ay Lalla, I would imagine that it would also be a transformative experience for you as a poet because all of it is poetry. Like I'll read out, 3 of my favorites from that book, which is such a masterpiece. And one is about pilgrimage, where you write, going on a pilgrimage is like falling in love with the greenness of faraway grass. And it's such a beautiful poem in English alone. Like all of these just stand on their own and they're masterpieces. There's another one I love. I wore myself out looking for myself. No one could have worked harder to break the code. I lost myself in myself and found a wine cellar. Nectar, I tell you. There were jars and jars of the good stuff and no one to drink it. And then another one that is incredible. You won't find the truth by crossing your legs and holding your breath. Daydreams won't take you through the gateway of release. You can stir as much salt as you like in water. It won't become the sea. These are brilliant. It's impossible for me to make out that they're translated because they just work so well on their own. And did this process then also shape your poetry? Because whatever you're writing now, you've done these experiments with prose poetry. There is the poetry of John Whale and in a lot of these, there is this economy, this pithiness, and they're very different from Zones of Assault, right, in a sense. So take me through your own evolution as a poet and as a user of language and the role, if you can sort of disentangle the many influences on you, whether it be Lal Ded or whether it be just working with Vanraj Bhatia on that opera, take me through, that journey.
Let's begin with the Vaks of Lal Ded. Paying close attention to the texture of each verse meant also recognizing from the linguistic evidence that they hadn't actually been written by one person or in one particular time frame. So this then became the basis of an argument I make in the introduction to the book, which is that it's not the work of one, it's built around the nucleus of one historical person, but actually, it is the product of centuries of work by anonymous contributors who've composed under the sign of the saint poet. Much like Kabir or many other saint poets. But what that gives us then is these verses, which even if internal evidence points to, external facts in the real world, what brings it together is this belief in the illuminating power of the aphorism. So it's exactly what you refer to even in the 3 Vaks, the translations that you read. What I found compelling was this power of compression. What is it that the aphorism or something like the epigram, what is it that they convey? Remaining in a spoken voice, everyday register, but leaping out, creating this arc of sense through the use of sometimes very robust quotidian materials. But, what gets conveyed is brisk, it's pithy, it transforms the way in which you look at your own practice. So that, I think, is something that has that has come into my poetry by way of this particular. I mean, I hesitate to call it a project. It was really like a life project more than something undertaken academically or professionally. From the experience of working on the libretto for the opera, there is the sense of how the short lyric poem can yet be a theater for multitudes. Now, this ties in with another long-term preoccupation with me, which is that we can't really hold on to what the English lyric has been about for a long time, which is essentially the voicing of a sovereign individual I and its concerns, its anguish, its joys, whatever it might be. Our crisis today is a planetary crisis. I mean, our destinies are tied in with the destinies of people and members of other species we'll never even know. So what does that do to the sovereign I? So for me, even if it's just a poem that's a page long, it needs to be able to bear witness to this sense of being one with multitudinous other beings. How does that come in? What are the different kinds of voices, the tonal shifts that I can bring into play? And what's the scale that I need? You know, when you read that one-line poem, The Monostage from Jonah Whale, one of the things going on in Jonah Whale was precisely this desire to see how poetic space and time could be an accordion. What is it that I can say in a single line, and what is it that I can present as a polyphony? So for me, the shape of a book, the shape of a collection also comes about from these formal concerns. How do I represent what is going on in my laboratory, so to speak? How do I get that across to a reader? I mean, we all read books of poetry in different ways. There's the kind of reader that will start with the first poem and go right through, respond to the architecture of the book and so on. And then there are people who will dip here and there and read poems at will. To me, it's part of putting a book together to have that architecture in place with all of its internal patterns. And then I leave it to the reader to discover that or to ignore it. But, you know, as the creator of a book, it's important for me to have that entire system put out. So I think there are also questions of scale at work here. I have wandered off topic, as I seem to do quite regularly.
You haven't at all, not even once. The topic is you and the topic is poetry, and I don't see how you wandered off. So.
But I think this speaks to what you were asking earlier also about the particular kind of interplay between the poet and the reader. I mean, who is my audience? It could be the person who's the reader. It could be the person who dips in and reads poems in no particular order. But it could also be this other kind of reader who's interested in the shape of thought that's gone into the book, how it reveals itself, why is it in sections, how does it all hang together?
I'll think aloud about form again. You know, you mentioned the book, and the book as sort of a structure within which you're then using it to, you know, put the poems in a particular way in case someone is reading them in order. And that's how musicians also talk about albums. And there'll be people who'll say, hey, I don't want people to, you know, listen to random song on Spotify. An album is an album for a reason. But these forms are also outdated artifacts in the sense that the 40-minute album, the tradition originates because that's how much the LP could hold, 40 minutes of music. Before that, you had the 3-minute song because turn of the century, that's how much a disc could hold. And so you have an album which is 40 minutes full of 3-minute songs. And that artifact that constraint no longer matters. Similarly, with books, why do we put words in that form? Because it's a grammage of the paper and how much you can bind and etc., etc. So you have an upper limit and a lower limit, and that's pretty much what it is. And I wonder here if, you know, just going back to when you mentioned the works and you spoke about the remarkable compression in them, and I'm guessing that compression would also be dictated by the form, because pre-writing and the printing press and all of that, everything is oral. So you cannot have something that is too long. So you both need to compress whatever you want to say and make it so powerful and memorable that it actually carries on. And after that is selection bias. So whatever works survive will obviously be the ones that are most memorable and the best. And thinking aloud again, I am just wondering if we are reaching full circle in the sense that in this world today where there is no longer a scarcity of either entertainment or potential and enlightenment or knowledge or whatever, that compression becomes a need again. That people have so many things to consume. And if you're living in an Instagram age, and I will not necessarily look down on an Instagram poet, I mean, why not? It's a form. Then does compression again become a virtue for that reason? Not because of scarcity, but because of surfeit.
I completely agree that we are now in a very, very diverse ecology of communication. So whether I'm putting this across on Instagram or reading it, for instance, on a podcast, or if it's printed in a journal, or if it's online or on a blog or in a book, all of this constitutes a variety of claims on the reader's attention or the listener's attention. So I'm intrigued by the possibility of poetry that is, if you will, designed for these different contexts. And I'm also very, very aware of the technological shifts that underwrite what you beautifully call the artifacts in which our work is enshrined in some ways. Some weeks ago, we were at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver in their special collections section, and it was almost a religious experience to see and to handle some of the earliest printed books in the West. Aldus Manutius in Venice, who put out these palm-sized portable books at the beginning of the 16th century. So to look at this Dante, which bears the date 1502, it's absolutely incredible. But also a reminder that was a revolution in its time. So instead of parchment or vast, bulky books that needed to be, kept on a stand and read in a library, here was this enterprising scholar, publisher, printer in Venice who created these books that were meant to be portable, that you could slip into the pocket of your robe and read while on a journey or, in the middle of a camp during battle or whatever else people did in terms of mobility and occupation in those days. And it was a salutary reminder that there's nothing sacrosanct about the format in which we read or in which we listen. So I've been thinking also about, how does one achieve some kind of hybrid form? I've also been fascinated for the longest time by the interplay of text and visual image. And I've long wanted to work in a format that allows me to move between these. So I'm actually, very open to these kinds of experiments and to the possibility that poetry can be distributed in diverse ways. And what that might do to the form of the poem. This is something that I am actually quite interested in.
Have you seen invigorating examples of this which kind of inspired you and said, hey, I would have liked to have done that, or I'd like to do an experiment like this?
In terms of
just a poet going beyond form.
I have a friend and colleague who's based in London, Stephen Fowler. He tends to every now and again come up with amazing either chapbooks or performances or concerts in which he pushes these boundaries between the text of the poem and an image, or poetry and theatre. Also in terms of temporality, something that I've always been fascinated by is this concept of a long night of performances. What does it mean for an audience to listen to a number of poets, each doing their own thing, some of them possibly pushing up boundaries between, page and performance, page and image, page and music. And for a number of years, I tried to do that in the context of the Kalagoda Arts Festival. I used to curate its literature section. So I always had this feature which tended to alarm some of the organizers, though, called Hope Street Poets, which was a long evening of poetry. we always had an audience that was up for it, and they were Sahraders, they were with us, and enjoyed this sequence of different experiments coming together. So I think it's at a variety of levels. It's medium, it's scale, it's temporality, spaces of performance. Again, I feel that, although my primary commitment is to the printed book, I'm endlessly excited by these other possibilities.
So I'm going to meld a couple of your quotes together from different places and come at a question. At one place, you write about the audience for English poetry, and you say, unlike the audiences that sustain the Hindi and Marathi Kavi Sammelan or the Urdu Mehfil, to name only three of the vital interfaces between poets and audiences in India, the audience for English in India does not truly bring a shared and consensual understanding to bear on the poetry it receives. The commonality that binds it together, a shared knowledge of English, is nominal and presumptive. In fact, this audience is greatly divided, fragmented, and distributed, etc., etc. And in a different place, you write, sort of almost speaking to this, you write, literary criticism, which could have served as a common ground for the construction of a shared literary culture, also fails the Indian poet in English. The terrain is divided between a highly theoretical discourse, which is its own idiosyncratic art form, and an often, though by no means always, irresponsible and ill-informed popular reviewing style that regards literary criticism as a blood sport. Stop quote. And earlier in your piece about nightmares, your third nightmare was about academics who are trying to impose their narrative or their framework on your poetry and kind of looking at it through that. And there is at its heart a certain kind of sort of clash here, which is that you will have, for example, like literary criticism, and sometimes I don't get what that term means or what it is meant to do, because people who actually study literary theory and become literary critics on the basis of that, what they write often has no relation to the book that I am reading. I am like, what on earth is this? That I have a different experience as a reader. All readers do. And these people are kind of talking to themselves. They're in a circle jerk of their own. It's a little game that's going on there. And I don't want to be completely populist and say, ki nahi, janta decide karegi. Obviously not that. But at the same time, I think a lot of these literary critics and a lot of this literary criticism has nothing to say to the serious reader or indeed to the serious writer. So how does one think about this, especially in your case as a poet, when the audience for poetry is already so limited, and then you'll come across poets trying to sort of impose their narratives or saying, why don't you deal with questions of decoloniality or whatever the sort of jargon of the day might be. So what are your thoughts on this?
I've been haunted by this question of what criticism can be or what it should be. One of our problems might well be that there isn't enough of a larger critical apparatus or set of availabilities here. For instance, do we have enough biographies of poets or writers? Do we have larger social histories? There's so much that a reader in, say, Germany or Italy or France or the UK can take for granted that we can't. And I think that is a deficit. For criticism proper, I would really welcome a criticism that is certainly well informed by some of these theoretical questions, but that is artisanal in how it goes about its business. I mean, criticism, rather than seeking to constantly deconstruct texts and turn them into something that corresponds to what the critic has in mind, I wish we had a criticism that could take on what the text is trying to do and then to develop an account around that, and then, of course, to bring in a whole body of responses. But in order to create common ground that's invitational for a reader. I've just been reading James Wood, one of the collections of essays, Serious Noticing, where actually in the introduction he talks about how he was trained academically in the deconstructionist tradition. And then he talks about this question that can mean two completely different things. What's at stake? So on the one hand, if a certain kind of deconstructionist critic is asking that question, it's about what principles of reading might be at stake here. But for another kind of more popular reader or critic, the question is, what is important to this text? What's at stake for the writer? What is the thrum of life that's going into this text? And I think both those questions are worthy of being pursued. I think too much criticism falls into a binary between these two opposites. Having said that, I think that we are at this point going through a period where there's a lot more criticism that is responsible, that's responsive, that's responsible. People are writing about literature that's being produced in a spirit of caring for it, not just to tear it down. I wish that spirit would leak through more into academic writing. I still find a lot of critical writing that comes out of Indian academia quite lacking in that spirit of being a Sahriday, of having that sense of being of one heart with the writer, so to speak. Now again, I'm thinking of someone who was very important to me from another field, B.N. Goswami, the art historian. He was, you know this, Amit. He was extremely erudite. You have Chandigarh in common, in fact.
It's one of my great regrets that I never asked him on the show. I kept meaning to, but I thought the logistics of Chandigarh and whatever, and it's so sad that he's passed, because his books are masterpieces, and he is absolutely the best kind of critic. He just opens your eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. So Professor Goswami's kind of criticism to me is an ideal. Erudite, finely researched, very, very meticulous on empirical detail, but celebratory, something that really tells you why this is important, not as an artifact, not as something out there, but as something that can transform your sensibility.
I'll link Mr. Goswami's books from the show notes. I'd encourage all my listeners to pick them up immediately. And by immediately, I mean after finishing listening to this, and not immediately. And I'm reminded by what you said also of, Martin Amis's advice for critics, where he said, I don't criticize a book on the basis of what you want it to be, but on the basis of what the writer is trying, which is, something to kind of keep in mind. I want to also talk about this really delightful thing that I've noticed perhaps in the last few months, which is a popularization of poetry into a form that people who otherwise never read poetry are tapping into. And it is happening, or at least the place where I see it happening is on Twitter, or what was formerly known as Twitter, now X, and sparked, I think, to a certain extent by a poet called Joseph Fasano. Are you familiar with any of this?
No, tell me about it.
You're not. So let me tell you about it, because it is absolutely mind-blowing. So Joseph Fasano is a very fine poet. I don't even know whether he's English or American or whatever, because for me, the country he belongs to is Twitter. And he will, and there is a certain sort of ecosystem called Poetry Twitter, where people are just posting their favorite poems, either by other poets or by themselves all the time. And it's wonderful. You know, one of the good things about Twitter, and it's a great space. And what Fasano started doing while he was teaching poetry is, for students, he would give certain writing exercises. And I will give an example of one of them, where he would give certain poetry exercises where he would lay out the structure of a poem and they would have to fill in the words. And the kind of output, and I will send you these links and I will link them from my show notes, is staggering. So much so that he's putting together a book of a lot of the stuff that has happened. And what happened with that was that random people across Twitter who had no interest in poetry were actually writing poems, trying to write poems within structures given. So I'll give an example of one of these sort of structures that he laid out, and I will link to it in the show notes. And then I'll read out a couple of my own efforts just to show the rhythm. And you write the title of the poem, and then this is the structure. My name is brackets name. Today I feel like a brackets adjective noun. Verbing in the noun. Sometimes I am a noun, sometimes I am a noun, but always I am adjective. I ask the world question, and the answer is, and now you repeat line 2. Right? So just to read it out again, my name is name. Today I feel like an adjective noun, verbing in the noun. Sometimes I am a noun, sometimes I am a noun, but always I am adjective. I ask the world adjective, but I ask the world question, and the answer is, and the repeat of line 2. So one example of this could be, and I just wrote like dozens of these, and I keep giving them to my writing students as well, and everybody freaks out. So one example is, my name is Virtue. Today I feel like performance art, basking on the boulevard. Sometimes I am pretty, sometimes I am grotesque, always I am fake. I ask the world, how can I be me? And the answer is performance art. This is one, and here's another. My name is I love you. Today I feel like fuck you. Fighting in the streets. Sometimes I am hubris, sometimes I am despair, but always I am crying. I ask the world, can you help me? And the answer is, fuck you. Right? So I just read out examples I've written because I don't want to, without permission, read out some of the incredible sort of contributions by my students or friends that I've given this to. And what sort of struck me about the exercise itself, my name is name, today I feel like a adjective noun, verbing in the noun, is that what Fasano did with this was he lays out a structure which is inherently a musical structure. Whatever you write in this structure will sound good. It cannot really sound bad. And then, having given people the structure, you're asking them to use their imagination. And people who have never written poetry before are actually coming out with what would constitute, in my opinion, really good poems. Whereas if they sat down and they tried to write a poem all by themselves, normally we've seen the amateur attempts of bad poets. This is also why I never show my poetry to anyone, because I am worried that it is probably crappy like most, beginner poetry is. But within this structure, it kind of makes sense. And it just feels to me such a beautiful way of popularizing it, that where beginners will get stuck is in figuring out language, figuring out how do you structure something, where do you, just all of that. And this guy is giving them a ready-made template, and then it's just sort of the imagination at work. So I was hoping you'd be familiar with this, but I'll send you all these links. But in general, what are your thoughts about poetry being elevated into, something that is mystical, that, lonely people do in attics and etc., to something that can actually be a mass form? And one could argue it is a mass form if you look at hip hop and if you look at popular music and so on and so forth. But what is, what are your sort of thoughts on this?
Yeah, actually, I have very little patience with notions of poetry as being mystical and, the product of sublime inspiration for which you need solitude. I mean, in every art, you need some element of retreat and solitude. But going by these wonderful examples that you just shared and this project, the phrase that comes to mind is dancing in chains, which is sometimes applied, for instance, to translation. But I think it's true of so much artistic activity. It's you have certain parameters, call them rules or call them the, scaffolding that you need, trainer wheels, whatever.
Any meter,
exactly. Yeah. So the constraint, and then you're working with, against, through it, against, with, through, by the side of, basically keeping that constraint in mind and then developing something that has measure, something that has depth. And to me, this is very exciting indeed to see that it's happening. And I really don't believe that, to write poetry, you have to, suffer solitude and, you develop some kind of misanthropic attitude towards the world. I think the contrary is probably true, that really it is much more conditions of empathy and of compassion, of trying to step out of yourself. It's these kinds of conditions that predispose you more towards poetry. It's really a training in responsiveness, attentiveness of different kinds. And can you teach creative writing is another question that comes out of this. I'm not so sure you can teach creative writing, but I think you can create the conditions of creative reading and expansions of sensibility from which people will be able to write. It could take the form of this exercise, for instance. It could take the form of a new medium or platform as a challenge. I mean, something I'm working on now, a translation of Mir Taki Mir, began as a Twitter project. Now, I would take a share, have the original in Roman, script, have the translation, and then have an image either from Mughal or Rajput or Dakhani or Safavid art. And that was the tweet, basically. To which then, I was fortunate. There were many, many responses to these things. So it became a collegial, conversational kind of space in which I was able to present quite a few of these early efforts, and then that's built into a book. But I'll always remember that it came out of this beautiful, redemptive space that Twitter can be, or X can be at its best.
And you mentioned you can't perhaps teach creative writing. I think you can ignite creative writing by
Wonderful.
just sort of, setting the circumstances for it. And that also leads me to wonder that, if you and I wanted to be artists, the ground was laid for us by the lucky childhoods we had where we are surrounded by books, we are reading all the time, our parents care about art. So we are extremely fortunate there, and that works for us. And yet there are many who don't have that good fortune. So they grow up not reading anything. And the question that comes to me that my writing students have even asked is that if I am not a reader, if I have never read anything, can I still aspire to write, and can I still aspire to be a creator? And my answer is always a vociferous yes. That I believe it's possible for anyone to write great prose. Now, whether you sort of go ahead from that and actually create great art just depends on a whole sort of bunch of things. But I think it is possible. And the other argument could be that the people that you see come up without that kind of background and still manage to create great stuff are sort of outliers. And I, instinctively I want to sort of disagree with that. So I wonder how you feel about it. Like there was, there is this old study that a friend of mine, Ajay Shah, keeps sort of citing by a Nobel Prize winning economist. If I find it, I'll link it in the show notes, where he found that children who grow up listening to 10-letter words around them, and 10-letter words obviously being a proxy for discourse of a certain kind,
Right.
will have an extra layer of intelligence that other kids won't have. And my friend's point while telling me this is that when we think of privilege, we must not think only in terms of wealth or money. You can be in a family which is wealthy, but then do you read in your leisure time? Is it accepted that not everything you do will be goal directed? You could be in a wealthy family that makes you study for IIT, and you do IIM, and you become a Citibank vice president, and etc., etc. But that extra layer simply isn't there. And the question there is that if you grow up in a household which doesn't have these privileges, can you still be a deep thinker? And all the examples, I think to the contrary, like a person both of us admire, Ambedkar, they are sort of outliers, that they did not have this good fortune, but through sheer force of will and incredible intelligence managed to sort of make their way out of it. So how do you think about this? The early setting being a key enabling factor in a person becoming what they are. And I would continue to hold that at any point in time, if you want to create, you can create. And I think Fasano is in fact showing that, because his work is just, and there are many exercises he sets like these, and it's a delight to follow. The kind of work that comes out of 7-year-old kids are writing these great pieces of verse.
But this project itself is part of a training in creativity.
Yeah, it is.
So, I would like to believe that potentially anyone could discover their creative gifts if there were the proper conditions for it. I mean, empirically, I recognize that if you have this good fortune to start with, and I'm quite struck by the research that you cited through Ajay Shah. If you begin with that kind of, I wouldn't say an acceptance, an actual encouragement of something that is not goal directed, that emphasizes play and creativity as important in their own right, I think that is truly a blessing. And I went through this experience myself as a child. So I when I think back, I've been saying think back too often. We have to edit that out.
No, we will not, because you are thinking back. What else would you say? Good Lord. We are not constructing a poem. This is exactly the opposite, in fact.
Oh my God. All the drafts will be visible and audible.
As indeed they should be.
I'm just grateful for the hours and hours spent in childhood doing things that were never called to account. just painting, for instance, or drawing, or reading, being at large in the world of reading, or following through an interest in amateur astronomy, not in order to become an astronomer, but just because it was a way of expanding one's imagination. Giv Patel wrote this beautiful essay a long time ago called To Pick Up a Brush, in which he talks about how much of a struggle it was for his generation of Indian artists to actually have that courage to pick up a brush, because all around them were voices saying, this is not going to get you anywhere. How does this become a career? What does this mean in the real world? Effectively meaning how do you monetize this? And to be able to do that at a time when there was no money in the art world. These are, I think these are very, very precious things, to be able to have had a childhood or a youth where you didn't have to think about these questions immediately. But on the other hand, not that I can think of them all off the top of my head, but there are people who've had childhoods and teenage years that didn't have this kind of permission, and yet were vigorously committed to a life of creativity. And you cited Ambedkar, for instance, absolutely. But even with Ambedkar, I begin to ask myself, his father was a Kabirpanthi.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there were literary, spiritual, imaginative possibilities that were present in the background. But again, there was an immense courage and fortitude and a dedication, a commitment to charting one's own path that really shaped him. There's just two different ways of going about this. But are there ways in which we can create systems and conditions where people can have access to these possibilities later in life? That's something, in terms of a more generous pedagogy, that is something that has preoccupied me.
I feel that's a great problem to solve in the ages to come, that how can we make, and I'm using 10-letter words as sort of in a metaphorical sense, because I keep telling my writing students, don't use 10-letter words. But, in the metaphorical sense, how can we have that sort of respect for leisure time, the respect for play, and a rich discourse of that sort available for everyone, regardless of background? And that would be an incredible problem we are not really close to solving yet, but surely I hope that one day sort of technology will get us. Before we go in for a break, I'll push a thought experiment or a counterfactual upon you. Let us say that you do not have the upbringing that you do. Let us say that you're a mill worker's son and that you haven't read a book till you are 20 and it is frowned upon. What do you become? And I say this not in the sense of a playful counterfactual or whatever, but I say this to try and get to what you feel is essential about you. A lot of what you have achieved is kind of helped along by circumstance, by context, all of these things, things just working out, perfect storms of events. Assuming all of that simply isn't there, what is that essential thing about you that is Ranjit Hoskote, if there is something?
Oh my God, do I need to answer that now or after the break?
We can do it after the break. You can think about it.
But the first thought that came to me when you proposed your counterfactual about if you're a mill worker's son, what happens? Instinctively there was a voice in my head that said, you might turn into Narayan Survey. But that was, for every survey, I'm sure there were many thousands of people who simply got ground down by routine and circumstance and need and urgency. But the reason I cite Survey is because I did have the privilege of getting to know him a little from having read with him and been at Science Academy conferences and so on. I was always struck by how incredibly gentle and generous he was. Despite having had the most appalling circumstances of upbringing to grow up with, he was a foundling. His parents, the mill workers who found him, were adoptive parents. And then at some point there was some great downturn, or was it a strike or a famine? I can't remember quite what, but they had to go back to their village, at which point they just literally abandoned him. And in his case, he found a context in I think, in left politics and its cultural apparatus. I think there was a sense of what was missing in terms of the family, I think, was made up for through this community of peers. But one of his collections is called Maze Vidyapit, My University, by which he means the street. And the first thought there might be, oh my God, does he mean the rough and tumble of the street? And then you realize more closely that it's the street as the place of protest, of resistance, of a certain kind of peer-to-peer education within this wager on a more just and happier future that the left was at its best. So there again, even within the terms of your counterfactual, we are still thinking about conditions, paradigms, alternative platforms that can give you that sense of community and allow you to express what is within you to express, not in a narrowly, instrumentally political way necessarily, but also through creativity. What was it about Survey that came through that world of the cultural left? That's a question I would ask myself. And is that still available to someone who might begin as Survey began today? Where is that to be found? I think we're all looking for different kinds of home, definitions of, how do we craft a sense of belonging for ourselves?
On that note, let's take a break and we'll come back and explore this further. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Ranjit Hoskote about his life, his poetry, and we shall continue talking about art and culture and the times we live in and so on and so forth. But I'm just reminded by, just before I hit record just now, we mentioned a particular event and then you said, gosh, it feels so long ago. It's almost like a century ago now. And actually it was about 15 years ago. And that reminds me of something that a friend of mine says. I first heard this from a friend of mine called Gautam John, where he said, the days are long, but the years are short. And I think of that more and more as I kind of grow older. By the time this episode is released, I'll be past 50, though thankfully as of this moment, this is actually my last episode I'm recording in my 40s. And you, of course, are already a veteran of being 50, as it were. You've been there for a few years. How has the way that you look at time changed? Because you mentioned earlier about how when you would meet all these great poets and all of them would seem impossibly old to you, in the late 80s and early 90s. And today you realize that you are now older than some of them were at the same time. And sometimes one can get that same staggering realization about one's own parents, that you think of your father at a particular point in time, and at that time you looked at him as if someone who was like totally not with it, really old, a man of yesterday. And today you realize, hey, I'm older than that. What must he have felt, etc., etc. And I wonder how you look at time differently, because we are actually, from the time of our birth till today, there is almost as much distance as the end of the First World War, for example. While when we were young, it would seem that the First World War is like impossibly far away. And I think one begins to sort of realize that history passes so much quicker than we realize. And a lot of what sort of happens in that passing of time is really accidental and in no one's control, and so on and so forth. So do you look at time differently? Has it changed the way you look at yourself and think about your own happiness?
I have begun to think more and more of time as a pressing presence, at least partly because, it's like that famous story of St. Augustine's hymn, when it begins and the voices are surging up, there's a great sense of things to come and hope and so on. By the time you're in the middle, some patterns are clear. And as you come to the close, you're thinking, in fact, of the end. And for all kinds of reasons, the passing away of parents, of dear friends, of mentors, time as mortality has come to occupy more and more of my thinking. But it's also had the aspect of looking back and realizing that one could have been more understanding, more forgiving of older friends. Because although they seemed to us as teenagers to be complete and fully formed, they clearly were also going through their own struggles in times of great transition. As a young person, so many of my friends, the people I felt closest to, were decades older than me. I'm thinking here of Nessim Ezekiel, the poet. I'm thinking of painters like Jahangir Sabawala, Melli Gobai, Giv Patel again. And I'm struck by how younger people today do not seem to have intergenerational friendships. When I asked my students at Ashoka last year when I was teaching there for a semester, it turned out that their friendships were all far more horizontal. And most of them cited essentially grandparents as the people they were close to in another generation. This seems to me to be a sad thing. Because even if as young people we were, somewhat antagonistic sometimes, wanting older people to respond in a more definite way to certain things, nonetheless, I think those relationships were characterized by a great deal of warmth, generosity on both sides, and just the privilege of learning so much and expanding one's world. I don't know what's going to happen to that kind of intergenerational friendship, such possibilities as we go along. Perhaps irrelevantly, I think that for me, time also sediments itself in technological changes. When I look back at things I've written 20 or 30 years ago, I think to myself, my God, will a young reader even know what I'm talking about here? What is a fax? What was that sound that the early modems made, which might come back as a ringtone maybe now? The rotary dial-up kind of telephone, things that had a real presence for us growing up, just don't even exist anymore. So time, the experience of passing, time passing as it is seemingly more and more rapidly, comes through to me also in acts of reading. And I think back to not things written in the 1920s or 1930s, because they seem to have, a stylized place in a certain kind of memory. But it's our childhood and youth which seems to be vanishing without having been adequately archived, maybe. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, for instance, a novel like English August might speak to some aspects of what our childhoods and teenage years were like. But I don't know if the 1970s, 1980s have really been archived or stylized enough.
Not just that, one thing that I think of, and it's both a good thing and a bad thing, is that inevitably when I have guests of my vintage over here and I ask them about their early influences, I'll find that we grew up reading the same kind of books because those are the only sort of books that there were.
Yeah,
so in your extreme early childhood, you'll read your Enid Blytons and Hardy Boys, and then you'll move on to a certain kind of literature. Maybe in college, you'll listen to a certain kind of music. And those are sort of shared cultural references we could have because there was something definite called the mainstream, and in a sense that was extremely constricting, right? Steve Van Zandt, the guitarist of the E Street Band with Bruce Springsteen, once said that rock and roll really began when Dylan went electric and it ended when Kurt Cobain died. And although those are arbitrary points in time, it still kind of makes sense, because I think what started happening in the 90s across fields and has accelerated today is a crumbling of the mainstream. Now, in some ways, that is outstanding. It is outstanding because it gives people like you and me the means of production in our hands. I don't have to go to some big corporate and beg them, let me do 8-hour conversations. I can just put them out. And everyone has a means of production. We no longer have to go through gatekeepers. We no longer have to conform to conventions of the day. We no longer have to be mindful of news cycles or sellability or conforming to forms which, as we discussed, are actually artifacts anyway. All that is great. But a knock-on side effect of that is that A, there is no consensus on the truth anymore, that we are instead engaged in different narrative battles, and that has polarized us deeply in the sense that the first time a 15-year-old is sent a YouTube video, it might be from some extreme friend sharing a conspiracy theory, but then the algorithm takes over and serves him more of that. And then he is in a world formed by that algorithm, and I could be in a different world formed by the same algorithm, but taking me in completely different directions. And then we meet. It is two algorithms meeting. It is not one human being and another. And there is no shared point of reference. So I understand all the positive things that come out of this. The fact that there are long tails, the fact that for an artist, success is no longer about being part of the top 1%, because earlier it was all top heavy. The top 1% make all the money and then 99% are just struggling. Today, you can find 1,000 true fans, 100 true fans. Everybody can make a living. Everybody can find their niche. That is great. But those shared references aren't there. If the same podcast is happening between two 50-year-old people 50 years later, they might not have read any of the same books or heard any of the same music. And that's both good and bad. I think it's good because there's a multiplicity of options and entertainments and all of that open to us, but the worry there is that we may lose common ground, especially when it goes beyond the question of art and it goes to a question of reality itself and politics and all of that. What are your thoughts?
This is a terrifying but very plausible scenario. I was reminded as you were speaking of two different moments in my life. One is when I first discovered the writing of Alvin and Heidi Toffler, Future Shock, The Third Wave. I would have read these books in the mid-1980s, but they were actually written, as I recall now, in the late 70s. So for them to have had such an incredibly real sense of the future. Minor details that I'll offer. One is when they say, for instance, that the future metropolis will not have a single rush hour because people are going to be transiting different ways, and that some might just be working from home. All this became real to us. Also, the notion of the prosumer that they came up with, someone who was a producer and a consumer with some control over the means of production unrelated to huge corporations, exactly like you said. We're living that already. But what you then went on to say about this, the beautiful but terrifying way in which you characterized it, that it's not two human beings meeting, but two algorithms meeting, that takes away so much by way of what we bring to a meeting, to a conversation in terms of imagination, uncertainty, curiosity. It's tragic. And when you put it like that, it's true. If more and more people are going to be essentially constructed by their algorithms, they're effectively living in a digital reality. And how then what is it that we can take for granted as shared? I don't know. The other moment that I was thinking of as you were speaking was how excited I was when I first read Chris Anderson's book, right? The Long Tail. And I thought, this is a great justification for those of us who seem to be caught up in sort of minority arts, if you like, where there isn't much of an audience. But, there you are, somewhere along the long tail with your particular context. But what seemed like a bold way of thinking about these things now seems really to have its downside and its deficits, because it means that there doesn't necessarily have to be any bridging of these different constituencies. But there will be large-scale social and political moments where these groups come at least into a space of adjacency. Then what is it that they can say to each other? How do you mobilize larger public opinion? But honestly, as we see from things that have unfolded in the last 2 weeks, I don't know where that climate of public opinion is anymore, or what it can even mean.
I want to digress from the arts and we'll come back to the arts and culture and actually zero in on exactly that, because it seems to me that the most worrying aspect of this is in our political discourse. Like, what happened to you recently, the whole Documenta episode, and you wrote this really graceful letter, so much of which resonated with me. So, when all of this happened, the Hamas attacks and Israel's retaliation, people who have in the past looked at me as a sort of sensemaker of some event said, will you please comment on it? And I said, look, I don't know enough to comment on it. And then I also thought that, and I haven't commented on it in public, this is a safe space, so I'll kind of share my feelings. And the reason is that I can get attacked from all sides. Like, my sense is I support the Palestinian people, I support the Israeli people. I am against Hamas, I am against the Israeli state, right? But as you pointed out in your letter, that people keep conflating these. People assume that if you're against the Israeli state, you must be anti-Semitic, and that if you support Palestine, you must perforce support Hamas. Though I honestly feel that Hamas is what is harming the Palestinian people the most at the current moment. And I cannot express any of this in public because I will be jumped upon and cancelled by all sides. So I have just stayed shut, and I think that has a chilling effect on the discourse. And part of, I think, what is happening here is an increasing tribalism that's exacerbated by social media. And this is, I wouldn't blame technology per se. I would blame human nature for this. That we have these, we are a bundle of many instincts. Some are good, some are bad, some are contradictory. And these tribalistic instincts are really easy to tap into. And, Jonathan Haidt speaks about the Facebook like button and the Twitter retweet button as being particular villains in this case. But the big tech companies, in their search for greater engagement, ended up amplifying the worst aspects of our nature. And we become increasingly tribal, which, in my opinion, it really has taken in only a minority of people, but those are vocal minorities. And the silent majority is just too scared to say anything. Like, why do you want trouble? Why do you want to kind of, enter that kind of territory? And at a rational level, the pursuit of truth, and this is also something I think about, that you and I engage in the world of ideas and we care about truth. But at a rational level, the pursuit of truth only matters in those domains which affect you materially immediately. So if you are, for example, an engineer in a company somewhere, you need to know whatever affects your job or whatever affects, if your kids go to school, you need to know what the good schools are. You don't need to know what this government is doing or what the truth is, and is there really a genocide there, and is the economy really doing badly, or what the GDP is, right? That is not rational, and therefore what happens is that the truth ceases to matter, and we get carried along these narrative lines, and these narrative battles become starker and starker because we are incentivized to be extreme. That is the only way we get the applause of our tribesmen, as it were.
Exactly.
So tell me a little bit about your experiences and how do you really think about, all of this?
Exactly as you said, Amit, it's becoming more and more precarious to speak for tonality, for nuance in discussions like this. Because the way in which all of our experience today is being structured is on binary lines. There's an either-orism at work. It's either you take this side or the other. The entire possibility of common ground is just being vacated. In fact, it's seen as undesirable. And this is a global phenomenon. In that kind of situation, how do you even present your readers or your audience with the possibility that there might be a variety of positions that you can take on a subject? Coupled with that is, again, I'm reminded of sociologists who meant something to me at one point or another. Decades ago, Jürgen Habermas, the German sociologist, who unfortunately today I find myself agreeing with him on almost nothing. But years ago, he predicted that there would be a turn where people tended to retreat into civil privatism and move away from the public sphere. And this you see happening as you pointed out, people tend to prefer to retreat into their own priorities as private individuals and leave aside any notion of participating in the public space. And then you have nation states, governments, corporations that are actually encouraging people to move away from participating in the public sphere. So that's a situation that we're in. And if we are supposed to give voice to a range of opinions, how do we do that? How do we do that also in a scenario where surveillance is simply becoming a fact of life, not only in public, but invading your private and intimate spaces? Then I'm thinking of the Polish sociologist Zygmunt Bauman, who talked about our epoch as a time of liquid modernity, where all kinds of certitudes are melting down. But as one reaction to that is what he calls a neo-tribalism. Rather than form nourishing, nurturing, replenishing spaces of community, what people form are groupings, mobilizations based on resentment and out of defensiveness. So these are these tribes that are these neo-tribes that we are now increasingly being asked to be part of. But what happens if you reject tribal membership? What happens to the contested, vexed, often criticized figure called the public intellectual? It's a really solitary path to be following. But I don't know what else one could be true to. I mean, how do you bear witness to the complexity of this situation? Or any situation that we're in?
On a related note, in a recent episode with Rahul Mathan, where I was grilling him about surveillance and privacy and all of these things, and a fine man, and he's written a couple of interesting books. Privacy 3.0 is particularly interesting, and there he talks in great detail about Bentham's concept of the panopticon, right? And the panopticon, for those of my listeners who haven't heard the episode, is Bentham's extremely serious design. Wasn't a thought experiment. It was a serious design where there's a prison and it's circular, and all the cells are facing inwards into a central control tower from which they can be surveilled at all times, and they can't actually look inside those towers. And it wasn't built in England where Bentham was, but there were panopticons built in the US. And what was found is that the people housed in those panopticons essentially went crazy. The pressure of being under constant surveillance just drove them nuts. Anxiety and all kinds of other issues. And what Rahul and I were musing aloud about was, if we are back to the age of the panopticon because of technology. Jonathan Haidt often speaks about how there is a rise in depression and even suicide rates among teenage girls in the US because of, the pressures of Instagram, where you're always contrasting your real self with the projected selves of others. And I wonder if that's in a sense true of all of us, that we feel, because of FOMO, we feel that we need to be part of that public square on Twitter, always projecting, always being part of whatever. But at the same time, that means that we are being looked at all the time. And I wonder what kind of new age anxieties that leads to, and how even people like us, technically we grew up in a different time. But I find that I am also always checking my phone if there are notifications, and I am also scrolling reels for like 2 hours at a time and all of that. What is your sense of all of this?
I'm in exactly that situation myself. I mean, I recognize critically and in an objective way that one needs to maintain a certain distance from one's devices. But so much of one's sociality, our social interactions now are mediated through digital space and digital platforms. So there's, in one sense, we are condemned to the panopticon. We've condemned ourselves to the panopticon. But what does that do to our sense of selfhood, our subjectivity? And without turning into Luddites, how do we go back to a point where we recognize that rather than become enslaved to these devices, we need to somehow transform these devices to be in consonance with what we want? I think there's been it's just the cascading tempo, the relentlessness, the 24-hourness of this of this digital environment that just becomes so captivating. For some reason, yesterday I found myself revisiting an old movie called Tron. I don't know if you remember it. I think it was 1982, where a, so to speak, real world, in-person set of conflicts get translated into a computer game, and then back again. I suddenly thought Tron seemed so incredibly futuristic, which was such a word for us in the 1980s. Today it's upon us. We are all inside that computer game. So it's a question of now finding the portal that brings us back out of it to be able to see all of this with some kind of dispassionate distance.
And when you went through your recent sort of documenter experience, and what kind of solidarity did you find among people you consider to be fellow travelers? Like, was it just something that went wrong at an institutional level where the institution behaved in a mad way and essentially everybody reasonable was on your side of the matter? Or was it a case of, that many people you thought were fellow travelers with the same kind of values suddenly sort of, weren't with you anymore?
Actually, the best part of that dreadful experience was the enormous spontaneous surge of support and solidarity from friends and colleagues, beginning first in the German-speaking world. I mean, just the very evening their afternoon, when the first of those articles came out, immediately there were calls and messages from friends and colleagues in Germany and Austria and Switzerland, and some people almost from a previous life who I hadn't spoken to in a while, or we hadn't interacted, and then people in the cultural world, in the arts and literature, and then rapidly from friends and colleagues everywhere in India, the US, the UK. It rapidly became a global situation, really not something that I would either have expected or welcomed. But what it threw into contour was the steep, rapid descent into a toxic space in German politics and in German cultural institutions. It's truly tragic that under the camouflage of this idea of protecting and supporting Israel, what is actually underway in German politics is thoroughgoing Islamophobia, which is being articulated more and more strongly, because the legislation against the BDS movement was originally put in train by the AfD, which is a far right party inspired by the Nazi past. In the last few years, it's actually captured more and more of the vote share, and centrist parties are falling in line with its doctrines. And it's tragic that this kind of doctrine, where legitimate criticism of Israel is just simply labeled as anti-Semitism, it's tragic that kind of doctrine is now coming to define the work of Germany's cultural institutions, which have, for decades been very open to dialogue and debate. They've been open to dissent. They've welcomed dissenting voices. Much of this is not going to be possible anymore. So Documenta, which began in 1955 and which across its many editions has really been a counterpoint to prevailing dogmas, it's almost impossible in these circumstances for there to be a Documenta now. And this is true of so many other institutions. We've seen in the last month or so how many exhibitions and projects have been pulled because curators or artists have expressed sympathy for Palestine, called for a ceasefire, criticized Israel. In a number of these cases, these curators and artists have actually been Jewish people or Israeli citizens even. So, and I've repeatedly said, isn't it absurd to decide that a Jewish person who critiques Israel is anti-Semitic? I mean, how are you anti yourself in that case? And there's an absurdity to this, leave alone other people who are not Jewish.
And it's a similar kind of, distressing move in politics happening across the world, which often makes me, doubt whether, the arc of history really bends in a positive direction, whether towards justice or freedom or equality or whatever. But I want to sort of bring your attention back to India for a bit. You mentioned sort of growing up in Goa, then coming to Bombay, so on and so forth. And one of the things that I've realized, and the many conversations I've had in the course of recording this podcast have actually brought me to that realization, is that I was profoundly wrong about the nature of Indian society. I grew up within a bubble. I grew up as part of an English-speaking urban elite. And I imagined that, we are broadly secular, we are broadly tolerant, we are broadly liberal. And I have kind of since come to realize that no, I was a fringe. That was simply not the case. Episodes like, I did an episode with Akshay Mukul on his great book on the Gita Press.
Yes.
And episodes like that kind of made me realize that actually, this was always a very strong strain running through our society. Now, obviously, whatever we say of India, the cliche goes the opposite is true. So we are definitely liberal in some aspects of our lived reality, like the syncretism that goes into our food, our clothes, our culture. All of it is just this delightful khichdi and a mix of influences. But nevertheless, we are also deeply liberal in the way we treat our women in our caste system itself. And in this disturbing anti-Muslim strain, that is really the dominant aspect of the politics that we are kind of talking about. And my sense is that we were always like this, that politics is downstream of culture, and it is only now that Indian politics has caught up with Indian society. That there was a brief period where, after independence, where we had sort of a relatively liberal constitution, not as liberal as I'd like, but a relatively liberal constitution imposed on an illiberal society by a bunch of elites who at the time were in fact unelected. And however good the intentions might have been, top-down interventions simply do not work. This is one thing Gandhiji was right about, that you have to change India from the bottom up. And we sort of we stopped trying. We assumed we've got a constitution, theek hai, ab sab theek hai. We stopped trying, and the result is we are where we are. And some of it is, of course, I think exacerbated by social media, that, you can have these kind of preference cascades. You no longer have to hide your bigotry or your misogyny or whatever, because it is now acceptable to be all of these things. And it is most particularly acceptable to be anti-Muslim and to, which is by far the most distressing sort of aspect of all of this. So I want to ask you, what is your sense of this? Like, looking at the world through the prisms as you were growing up, first in Goa, then in Bombay and all of that, am I being too negative and pessimistic about this, or was our society always like this? Were you and I always in a sort of a bubble? And was it therefore somehow inevitable that we would come to this? And what are the failures that our leaders and our public intellectuals made, through this process?
I can't help feeling that we were probably in a bubble, because I also was brought up in a context that now I've come to describe as Nehruvian pluralist, because this is what it was. And it now seems to have been something of an exception rather than the rule. I think as people affiliated with, let's say, the liberal center, I think what we were guilty of was complacency. The feeling that these liberal institutions were going to be robust. Even as late as 2014, people will say, the institutions of democracy are robust. Ultimately, they are made by people. They are made through decisions that can be altered through executive decisions, through legal mechanisms. And what we're seeing is the rise of this extreme bigotry. But I don't know if the bigotry is the real India either. I would actually like to think that this conflict between a more liberal and a more illiberal India probably goes back to the aftermath of 1857, when there was a concerted effort by various political actors to really create these hard-edged, mutually exclusive identities of so-called Hindu and so-called Muslim.
And that played into the language wars as well. Hindi.
Absolutely, the language wars, exactly. It's then also, as in the course of working on my Mir Taki Mir translation, I've been going back into something that's been with me for a long time, but now I'm trying to articulate it in the introduction. that what we now regard as Urdu is more heavily Persianized, more heavily Perso-Arabic in its emphasis. It's really that emerges in these contours really in the aftermath of 1857. Just as a far more Sanskritic, Khadi Boli oriented Hindi is, comes out of that same period. Before that, if you look at how Mir writes, there's Braj, there's Awadhi. He makes fun of words imported from Farsi. It's a very robust language that draws on multiple sources. So then I'm thinking back to what is that really? He calls his own language Hindi. So it's part of what I see as the Hindavi continuum, which then gets fractured and sharpened and polarized. As you say, that's, the language wars are part of these larger wars of constructed identities. I'm also thinking here of what Ambedkar said in a famous closing speech, actually, to the Constituent Assembly, where he said that democracy is
Topsoil.
a topsoil in a profoundly undemocratic country and undemocratic society. So it comes down to our taking these liberties and this liberality for granted. Also, I think for a very long time, the left liberal formation really did not take cognizance of the power of the religious imagination. I think this notion of thoroughgoing secularism, which would keep all religions at a distance, I think it really failed to see how very important the religious imagination is in this country, for good or ill. And that's been weaponized by the other side. So some of us are caught between an aggressive secularism that has no place for the religious imagination, and on the other side, a politicized religiosity, which is simply cynically manipulating religion. So what can it mean to have a certain belief in a spiritual dimension, or to appreciate and accept the role of the sacred without falling into these extremes?
The German theorist Carl Schmitt spoke about how in politics you always need an other.
Mm-hmm.
And it strikes me that in the religious imagination, to borrow your phrase, you don't need another. That there can be a religious imagination that is about community and fulfillment and a whole bunch of other positive things without necessarily the othering of Muslims or these extremely toxic, negative sum narratives. So, and I feel that there is also a failure of imagination in India of people who would kind of oppose what is going on in not sort of speaking to the better angels of our nature in terms of both what we instinctively value in the world and in both what even those who have that religious imagination or care about that, which I don't, but even those who kind of have that, in sort of appealing to better aspects of that. So what do you think about that? Is there a failure of imagination? And if we are to envisage a road forward, what are the attributes either of our nature or within our culture that we could possibly, amplify or appeal to get out of this morass?
I honestly think that we need to look back to the more redemptive, more self-critical aspects of the tradition. The way in which the tradition is looked at on all sides today is still coming through a colonial lens of something that is over, that is sealed, and that it's not living experience anymore. There's still time and room, I hope, to look back at how the various currents and streams within the Hindu formation have always prized debate. Tark has always been important. There's been course correction. There have been thinkers in our own time who've taken forward these aspects of Hindu thought. I'm thinking here of Ramchandra Gandhi, for instance, or M.P. Rege or Daya Krishna. It's tragic that philosophers of this stature are not widely appreciated or thought about. I mean, I think of Dayaji's work on the Rig Veda, where pretty much for the first time he demonstrated how many Rishikas had contributed to the Rigvedic hymns, that there were, as it were, female authors present in that constellation. Or reggae working through the tradition to think of what a samanya dharma is. What does it mean to have a dharma of the everyday, which is accepting of the other, which forms common ground, which tries to create constructive and generative relationships. Or Ramchandra Gandhi's drawing attention at the height of the Ayodhya crisis to Sita ki Rasoi, talking about how one of the many shrines that was erased on the way to this grand edifice was Sita's kitchen. And what is it that we're losing in terms of the feminine, the manifestations of the Devi, the Matrikas? What is all of that we're losing in constructing this very modern sense of a macho, masculinist Hinduism? So there are all of these dimensions of, within Hindu thought, within Hindu spirituality that need far more attention, actually.
Do you think there is something inherently nuanced and complex in them that prevents them from appealing to the popular imagination? For example, the popular imagination will always hit upon simplistic notions of the world and not want to engage with complexity and so on and so forth. Do you feel that that is an issue, or do you feel that, hey, no, that these are so much a part of people's social fabrics anyway, that, it's just a question of getting these ideas out there anymore, and it is actually happenstance and not inevitability that a particular strain of thought has won out?
I think that many of these things that I talked about were in fact part of normal social and cultural experience. What we see today is actually the rise of a victimology. It's an ideology that speaks to resentment, to deficit, to lack.
Is populism applied to Hinduism?
Absolutely, yeah. And it depends on speaking to the most base and aggressive aspects of the personality to achieve its ends. So it really has neither time nor patience nor knowledge of all of these aspects of I have to say Hindu practice, which even when I think back to think of the late 19th century, think of my grandparents' generation, so many of these values were present in everyday life. Today it's strange that we have to actually identify them as syncretism or reform, but they were part of a lived reality.
Can you elaborate on, the phrase you used just now, colonial lens? Can you elaborate on how the colonial lens has affected how we look at our own religions and our own cultures?
Let me begin with the way in which Vedanta is now taken by many, if not most Hindus, to be the ideal expression of Hindu thought. Although many of us know that it's one of 6 and even more darshanas, or ways of thinking through reality and our connection to the universe. Now, I can't help thinking that is a fallout of the colonial encounter. That, we, under pressure from having to engage in dialogue with, at that point, preeminently Anglican missionaries, there was a sense of, I'm thinking here, for instance, of, say, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, to name but one example of this tendency. That, you meet a monotheism that comes in from elsewhere with a corresponding monotheism. You're faced with a religion that is premised on one major text, and then you scramble about and pick from a variety of texts that are available, one that then gets taken to be preeminent over the others. There's Vishishtadvait, there's Kashmir Shaivism, there's any number of the Nyaya schools, none of which are premised on the same principles that motivate Advait. But it's almost as if we've ceased to ask these questions, to look at the diversity of philosophical positions that are available within this formation. And it's a symptom of this larger problem of how we've come to understand our own religions through this lens. Or, for instance, the way in which Tantra is seen as something verging on the obscene, something strange and not to be taken seriously. That stems out of a Victorian orthodoxy. In actual fact, the basic household puja is based on tantric principles. But, in the kind of mainstream Hindu mind, it's identified with strange sexual rituals. And, there's so much within our spiritual and philosophical heritage that we're just cutting out or stigmatizing because we don't have lived access to it anymore or are able to see it as something that sustained a more holistic way of being in the world.
So, is it fair to sort of paraphrase this and say that our religious reality is really disaggregated and decentralized, and that the coming of the British then forces us to place upon this a narrative that they can engage with, and that therefore is almost a mirror of what their religion itself looks like?
Absolutely. And I think I've argued this actually in an brief introduction that I did to a translation of the Ishopanishad that I did. One of the things I did during the lockdown, actually. I think this has prior roots in a well-meaning experiment, which was Dara Shikoh's desire to have a dialogue with Hinduism. And, he was, he produced this together with a collegium of scholars. He produced this book called the Majma al-Bahrain, the Sagar Sangama, the Meeting of Oceans. But if you actually read it, it takes a comparative religion approach. What he's doing is to identify from within the diverse Hindu corpus those aspects that most closely approximate what he's familiar with out of Islam. And, there's what we see today as these overwhelming principles of monotheism or monism in Hindu thought. It actually has its origins in this symposium and this text, which then I think forms the basis for what Anglican missionaries would then get to and how Hindus began to construct themselves. So it's tragic that what we take to be most integral and important about our religious experience is actually a mirror image. And we need to emancipate ourselves from this, actually, to look at the diversity of perspectives on what the religious imagination is, what its objects are, the ways in which we've formed connections with the universe or with the larger notion of divinity, or sometimes without even the device of divinity.
One of my learnings from reading Tony Joseph's great book Early Indians and from doing an episode with him was that after all the migrations to India had happened, including the Aryan migration, for 1,000 years or a couple of thousand years, everybody was partying. There was intermingling. We were all chilling. It was like full-on masti happening. And then around the time, then around 2,000 years ago, one particular ideological strain in the Gangetic belt wins over, and you have caste endogamy coming into play, and that remains for the next 2,000 years, which is why, David Reich says if you want to look for a large population, look at the Han Chinese. India is an aggregation of many small populations. That is, what endogamy has kind of done to us, and that particular ideological strain winning over. And then again, when what you describe in that encounter with colonialism is again that one particular vision of Hinduism winning over, which is allied to that very ideological strain. And that makes me wonder that what is so attractive about that particular ideological strain? Is there something that is inevitable in this whole exercise? And also those good aspects of our disaggregated religion, whatever name you want to give it, have we lost a lot of it? Are we in danger of losing more of it till everything becomes simplified and we end up with this sort of caricature version of a religion that then becomes a religion itself because nothing else is left?
That is the way we're headed. I think what happened within the terms of this colonial encounter was that in responding to an apparatus of knowledge and a certain theology that came from elsewhere, I think we ended up creating a theology that was a mirror image of essentially of Anglican religion. And in the era of print modernity, I think the crisis was, which is the most authoritative text. I think that has done a great deal of damage to our textual and scriptural tradition, so much of which is based on versionality, on recensions, on local versions. If you get to the point where you need that one critical edition which has authority and nothing else does, it's creating a monolith. And the Hindu formation has never been monolithic, which is why I cherish the idea of the Sthala Purana. It's where what you might want to call the Margi energies of the great tradition meet the Desi or robustly local traditions, and a third thing gets created, something that is specific to the locale, that's responsive to that particular culture and that particular historic moment. So for me, the Sthala Purana becomes a metaphor for this kind of diversity, which is also quite inclusive and embracing of all kinds of different things going on, which is why, so many Sthala Puranas have figures who are, in some sense, wonderfully ambiguous. In the Sundarbans area, for instance, think of Bon Bibi. I mean, there is, you can see her as Bon Bibi and other figures like her. They have a place in Sufi lore, they have a place in Hindu practice, and this is true all over the place, including Khandoba, closer home, for instance. An originally Yaksha figure who has a place in what you might want to call Hindu practice, but who also has an aspect as a Muslim peer. There's some reference to that in Arun Kolatkar's Jezuri, in fact. So we're in danger of losing this manyness, this versionality, and that would be a huge loss, I think, because it would flatten our culture. It would narrow down and instrumentalize our religious imagination.
One thing that I used to worry about a while back, and I don't worry about it so much now, and I'll talk about why, but one thing that I used to worry about was increasing homogenization of everything under cultural pressure. I'd done an episode with Vikram Doctor on Indian food,
Right.
and of course, most Indian food is not really Indian in origin, but at the same time, everything is Indian because what the hell, it's ours, hum masala dalenge usme. But the great metaphor I got out of that was a Cavendish banana, which, Doc pointed out that, hey, we sent bananas all over the world, and then this homogenized version called the Cavendish banana became really popular in Latin America, and it's got great advantages, like I suppose it lasts longer than other bananas, easy to grow, etc., etc. And now it's been brought back to India, coming a full circle, and it is wiping out all the indigenous forms of bananas, and everything is Cavendish, right? And that's a process which is happening. And I thought that there is a danger in that happening with culture as well, the great flattening sound, as it were, that you have, a very small percentage of artists actually becoming mainstream stars, and then they influence everything else because the corporate suits are just doing Me Too's and franchises when it comes to movies and all of that. So I used to be worried about this. Now I'm not so worried anymore, because what I feel has happened is that there's been a countervailing tendency which has been enabled by technology. For example, one of my guests who I learned a lot from was Vinay Singhal, who runs this site called stage.in, and they call themselves a Netflix for Bharat. And this doesn't mean that they do OTTs in languages like Hindi, Tamil, Bengali. Instead, they ignore the languages and do content in the dialects like Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, and so on. And Vinay's point is this, that languages are in cities, dialects are outside cities. Whenever you urbanize, which is a damn good thing, the pressure there is to homogenize, to fit in with the dominant language. And so all these dialects eventually over a period of time get lost. But where that seems to be reversing is that technology gives you the power to express individual preferences. And what has happened at stage.in is that the content in Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, Maithili, all of these have become enormously popular, leading to what he calls a reverse migration from Bollywood, where a lot of Haryanvi kids who were interested in filmmaking had come to Bombay, have now moved back, and there's a flourishing film industry there. And I think he's charging Netflix rates and has 3.5 lakh subscribers or whatever. So it is absolutely mind-blowing. And I find this happening more and more, that you will have cloud kitchens coming up, which will give you, Naga pork curry and all kinds of things sitting here in Bombay. And that great flattening sound is now being met by sort of sharper and sharper expressions of individual insistence on whatever little niche that was dying out, that they want to protect is. And I wonder if there is sort of some hope here, because a great flattening sound is going to be bloody loud. But at the same time, there are all these individual ways to keep aspects of your culture or even your religion alive. So do you think there is something in there that the future might, have some hope for us here?
I warm to these examples, particularly the example of the languages, because, none of those are dialects.
Exactly.
They're all robust languages with vibrant literatures. And the only reason we see them as dialects is because of this mechanism by which certain actually quite modern languages were seen as the standard against which everything that went before was actually derogated to the level of...
Also, like they say, the language is a dialect with an army. So much of it is political.
Exactly that. Yeah. So, what you said about, the movement now being back to Haryanvi or Bhojpuri or Magai, Maithili, is undoing so much of the damage that that linguistic politics has enacted through the first half of the 20th century. But I don't know if that can happen with the religious imagination. I'm not sure where those redemptive sources might be. Are they present? Because there's something that's so compelling about this large and, extensively promoted ideology of resentment and victimhood that it seems to somehow take over anything else that might be going on. I hope I'm wrong here, and I hope that there are circles and lineages in various parts of the country where there's a pushback against this. But that's something that I would place my hope in, but I'm not quite sure if it's happening. I don't have the empirical evidence for it. Just a hope.
What's the role of religion in your life, and does it kind of meld through closely with culture, with art, with whatever, it seems to me that when you look at it, you're looking at it as a source of great ideas, great ferment, great, creativity, and so on and so forth. Are you also religious at the same time, or are these the cultural aspects of it that fascinate you?
No, I would have to say that over the years, I have come to appreciate and recognize that there is a spiritual dimension to my being. And it gets expressed in a variety of ways. It's not necessarily linked to a particular religion or belief. For me, it's actually a quest for the sacred through its various forms and expressions. And it's not that far away from cultural expression for me. I think that a great deal of cultural expression would actually find itself deepened if it recognized how much it has in common with a quest for the sacred. Recently, I found myself talking, but actually in the context of Give, who also was, very much in tune with the spiritual quest, again in a non-dogmatic way. We don't often recognize that so many of the great modernists all had one or another form of religious belief. Kandinsky was a theosophist. Mondrian was a theosophist. Mark Tobey, the abstractionist, he was a Baha'i. And, one can multiply these examples. But when we look at their artworks, we somehow imagine that they exist in a kind of a broadly worldly, secular plane. And to that extent, I think we tend to miss the point of what drove and inspired these artistic practices.
One of the things that sort of irritates me about the way bookshops make their categories, and this is possibly arrogance on my part, is when I see a section called religion and philosophy, and they're together, and I'm always thinking what's going on. But I have discovered recently that once upon a time, you were religion and philosophy editor for Times of India, and you started their column Speaking Tree, in fact, which is, such a sort of a cultural institution in its own right almost. So tell me a little bit about that. Like, how early was your interest in religion and philosophy? How do you, is that just a pose that you were given, or do you feel that the two belong together in the same phrase? How do you think about all of this?
I think my preoccupation with religion and philosophy has been present from the earliest times. I mean, as part of this quite variegated family background is also a family connection with theosophy. Two of my great-granduncles were in the circle around Annie Besant, or Besant, as she insisted her name should be pronounced, to go with Basant, the preferred season for theosophy, a time of regeneration. So these two great-granduncles of mine who also did other things, one was in the civil service and another one was eventually a parliamentarian, they were committed to theosophical ideals. And then when the theosophists, so to speak, discovered Krishnamurti, they were part of this group, along with the lady, I forget her name now, her first name, Lutyens, Edwin, the architect Lutyens' wife. They were part of this group that were tasked with preparing Krishnamurti for his messianic future. And of course, Krishnamurti, which is so rare among spiritual teachers, broke with that and decided that he was not going to be Theosophy's messiah, but he was going to, chart his own path forward. When that happened, my ancestors went with him, actually, and then helped work on and develop Rajghat, which was the first Krishnamurti school. So there was all of this in the background too, kind of a fairly present sense that the religious quest, spirituality, but that all that is important to how one leads one's life. And of course, as a kid and a teenager, I tended to be a bit skeptical of it, and then gradually began to see why this might be of value and how one might work towards a form of life in which the spiritual dimension was important. At some point, this came to the notice of people at the Times of India. So Samir Jain was very keen that I should do this in a kind of an institutional manner at the Times of India. So I became the Times of India's first religion and philosophy editor. But for me, it was equally important that the speaking tree should be a clearinghouse for different kinds of religions, different philosophical positions, including the atheistic or the agnostic, and also that it should attend to the spiritual quest in the arts, and that the sociology of religion should also be part of the discourse. Over time, I know this has changed for the speaking tree. It now tends to focus on a particular kind of religious pedagogy, if you will. But in those early years, I found it quite invigorating because it really, my contributors in those few years came from all kinds of religious traditions. What was important to me there was to develop a discursive tonality where these questions could be talked about as though they really mattered and not as, windy abstractions that one came to in retirement or because one felt some sense of lack. So I'll always be grateful for those years of, also the discussions with contributors, thinking through how they were relaying their ideas, and the climate of discourse that kind of got built up around the column. And I named the column for Richard Lanoy's book. Now, Richard was another friend, much, much older than me, but his work was always very inspiring.
I meant to ask you that, earlier when you mentioned that young people today don't have friends older than them, if that is the case, why do you think that is the case? What changed?
I have absolutely no answer to that. But to some extent, I might have been a bit of an exception too in my own generation. But I can't believe that no one else in my generation had friends older than themselves. I have no explanation for why kids in their 20s today are so horizontal in their friendships.
And just thinking about your, speaking tree experiences, I think it is a great tragedy for our nation that you did not somehow take another turn and become a famous god man, like a Sadguru or Sri Ranjit Hoskote.
Oh, my goodness.
We could be in a better place. There could be a different kind of politics.
Oh,
and at this point, I shall bring in the suitably anti-national note that our mutton samosas have probably arrived. So we should take a break and partake of some sinful refreshments, and we will be back then for the last part of the show.
All in a noble cause.
Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Ranjit Hoskote, and we've spoken about poetry, we've spoken about society, culture, many things. I want to speak about art. And that particularly kind of fascinates me because my relationship with art sort of is that, like I mentioned at the start of the episode, I don't understand it at all. My reactions are visceral, intuitive. There'll be some stuff I'll really like and I like the way they look, and maybe they'll affect me in a particular way, but I won't be able to say why. And I will not ever care about historical context or any of those things. And I want to ask about how you came to, first be fascinated with art, and then to actually, how did you make that intellectual journey of figuring out the frames of looking at art, figuring out art history? Because today, everything is on the internet, everything is a click away. But I remember in the 1980s, it was anything but that. Any knowledge that you had to get was hard won. You had to somehow locate the right book and etc., etc. And so tell me about that journey of yours towards first getting attracted by art and then figuring it out.
My journey in art began actually as a practitioner, as a child. From the earliest times, I used to draw and paint and had a very strong sense of the visual image. And so much so that my parents actually thought that I should go to art school when the time came, unlike most parents in their generation who would have regarded this as a major example of folly. But this eventually turned in the direction of wanting to bear witness to art. So I did 2 years of science because I wanted to do architecture. In the event, the science years were a complete misadventure. I didn't do architecture. I turned instead to the social sciences and continued with my looking at art and gradually began to write about it. How was I socialized into the arts is again it's a story that goes back to home and family. My parents were great readers. They loved the arts. There were books at home which had to do with the great tradition, I have to say, at that point, of Western art. But that was how I launched off on my journey. And then, there would be periodic visits to the art galleries, which in those days were literally two. There was the Jahangir Art Gallery, there was Kemold above, and there was Pandol. And there was once in a while the Taj Art Gallery. But that was part of my growing up, just being taken to the galleries by my parents. And I can't really remember how and why I began to make this shift away from painting myself. It had a lot to do with the fact that I had become far more invested in poetry. And fortuitously, Shanta Gokhale, who was a very courageous arts editor, came upon my writing because her son Girish was a dear friend, a classmate. I wrote something about Vivan Sundaram's exhibition, A Long Night, which was going on at Kemold at that point, just across the road from our college, from Elphinstone. And Girish said, let me just take this to my mother. So I thought, well, why not? And thought no more of it until it appeared in print on the arts page, which Shanta pioneered for the Times. And then she asked if I'd like to stay on and write. And again, when I think back, it was such a brave decision on her part to have 4 or 5 young people writing for her page. There was Arundhati Subramaniam writing on literature. There was Himanshu Burte writing on architecture. There was me writing on the visual arts. It was a time of many discoveries. And in the act of writing, I found a way of bringing together my interests in art theory at large, art history, and also the crucial importance of bearing witness to what I was really looking at and what I was experiencing with my senses. That took some doing, and I think it was an arduous apprenticeship. Because it was also a moment when there wasn't really a definite, clearly defined audience for art criticism. There were people who were used to a certain kind of descriptive art writing with a certain amount of analysis. But this was the kind of criticism that I was trying to write was framed within larger questions of, what other kinds of cultural questions is art relevant to, and so on. So gradually, and I have to say that the Maximilian Bhavan Library was a marvelous habitat to be part of. It was all part of the same cultural geography. There was Elphinstone College, there was the Jahangir Art Gallery, there was the Maximilian Bhavan right next to it. So I think my first few years as an art critic were also a time of sorting through what kind of aesthetic I was aligned with. It was also a time when I was just taking in so many diverse forms of artistic practice. And it was also a transitional time in Indian art, because it was during these years, essentially 1988 to 1993 or so, when there was a generational turn. The first installation artists were presenting their work: Vivan Sundaram, Nalini Malani, Romana Hussain. It was a time of intense debate, and it was wonderful to be a part of that moment and to be a contributor to that debate. When I look back again, I find that, some of the stances we were taking at that point could have done with more subtlety. But it was still one of those historic occasions when, the flat, two-dimensional painted image was yielding place to immersive environments, expanded sculpture, performance art. It was as if 40 to 50 years of Euro-American art was being compressed into a few months.
Tell me about the influences on you. I mean, A, in terms of looking at art and thinking about art, and B, also in a broader intellectual sense of, you've described yourself as a cultural theorist as well, and we'll come to that later. But just in general, who were your big influences, people who sort of opened your eyes to different facets of the world and how you can think about it, and how you took those frames to the art that you then looked at?
Some of the key influences on me didn't necessarily come from within the art world or art history. I would count, for instance, Clifford Geertz, the cultural anthropologist, as someone whose writing was very, very influential for me. Because this is also what I was committed to as an art critic. How is it that these visual images, or their symbolic intensities, how do these connect to a larger set of relations in society? How do they build into a culture? What's the nature of iconography that is shared and yet is the subject of debate? So I found that reading anthropology was a very, very generative way of approaching these questions. But also John Berger's writing, even at his most polemical and antagonistic best, I found that there was much to learn from him, just in terms of responding in a visceral and intuitive way, but one informed by context. And then there were so many other thinkers that played a role. I was also voraciously reading theory at the time. So, of course, there's Foucault, Derrida, Barthes. I was reading also the Frankfurt School thinkers, Adorno, Horkheimer, Walter Benjamin, Terry Eagleton. So, in one sense, my forms of thinking were shaped through these debates with people in distant parts of the world or who had already passed on. So again, it was a kind of intergenerational debate. And in each case, to see how this might apply in our particular context. Again, it was a pivotal moment because we were emerging from our long period of being a protected economy into the global economy. 1991 marks that moment of economic liberalization and the onset of globalization. So in the first phase of my work as an art critic, I was also preoccupied with those questions. What is integral to our local context here? And how might those questions and urgencies be different from what seems relevant to this much larger global art world? So it's in that gap between what then was still something like a local and the global that I found a number of artistic practices which were negotiating that gap. So Atul Dodia, Sudarshan Shetty, a little later Jitish Kalat, Ravinder Reddy, Ananjit Rai. There were a number of artists whose work really spoke to me. So a lot of my writing then was, in a sense, partisan writing. I was bearing witness to their work, trying to create an intellectual and a cultural context for it.
And I wonder how you maintain this particular delicate balance that I guess has to arise when you're, when you embark upon something of the sort, in the sense that you have your particular frames and questions that matter deeply to you, and you bring that into the work that you're looking at. And obviously, our response to anything we look at is personal. So to pretend the personal is not there or try to whitewash it is completely pointless and counterproductive. But at the same time, you don't want to overwhelm your concerns, and you don't want to put your concerns at the forefront, and you want to perhaps do more of what Martin Amis warned about earlier, that you want to see what the artist is aiming for rather than what you would like the artist to do. And there is perhaps a danger that you just look at him with the prism of what you want and what matters to you, and therefore there is a danger you might do a disservice to an artist who may not share those same prisms or those same frames or those same concerns, or who might be coming at them from a different direction that is not perceptible to you. So how did you negotiate these? Did you feel that, like in my youthful exuberance, every time I would discover a new way of looking at the world, I would totally go overboard? It would be part of everything that I did. So did you find that you overstepped sometimes in what you did, that, looking back now in hindsight, do you feel that you could have looked at some art differently? What are sort of your thoughts?
Then, as now, it was important for me to engage with what the practice was trying to do, which I think helped me to not fall into the avant-garde trap of deciding that this art is of the moment and everything that came before is irrelevant. And we were also fortunate to have several generations of artists practicing at the same time. So I was able to engage with the generation of Souza, Jahangir Sabawala, Akbar Padamsee, Krishan Khanna, and so on, but also with much younger artists like Atul, and then even younger artists like Jitish, and to see them operating with their own artistic preoccupations and to create contexts for them. So this function of contextualizing was from the very beginning important to me. So that prevented me from going overboard with an enthusiasm for an artist to the point where I felt no one else was as important. But it took me a little longer to embrace the other kinds of artistic practices that were emerging from what you might call rural or folk or tribal backgrounds. All these are inadequate terms. But I think through the whole first phase of my writing, I tended to be focused on urban academy-trained artists. And gradually that opened up to looking at what might be artistic practices that come from other domains entirely. And in this, I have to say, there were two key influences. One was Okwe Enwezor, the Nigerian-American curator who really was a mentor and a guru to me. He had this unerring ability to identify artistic expression no matter what its milieu was. And he tended to look outside of the academy, outside of the gallery system, to see what was going on in, say, architecture or design or activism or some associated field. So that was one. The other is actually Nancy Adejania, my wife, who's a cultural theorist and a curator, and who from the very beginning had a strong sense of affinity with and a desire to amplify what she still calls actually subaltern art. art by artists who, for various reasons, come from socially and economically vulnerable sections. So she was the founding coordinator of the craft center at the NCPA in the mid 1990s. So it was really through her work that I began to be resensitized to what was going on with, say, in Mithila or in Bastar, and to recognize that these two were claims on the contemporary and that they were not to be set aside as craftsform. And in some ways, it allowed me to revisit things that I'd grown up with, but which in my early years as an art critic, I'd just seemingly repressed from consciousness. Because my mother particularly had always been very, very interested in textiles, in so-called crafts, and, Kamaladevi Chattopadhyay was one of her icons. So I'd grown up with all these stories and somehow had just simply repressed all of that. So in a strange way, it was a return to appreciating something I'd grown up with but had somehow lost along the way. So it's just a series of expansions of critical and curatorial imagination for me. That's how I see this journey.
Criticism many people have of fine art and that I have some sympathy for is that it seems deeply inaccessible because in one fundamental way it's different from all other arts. In the sense that it seems to me that in the world of fine art, not only is it not really open to the masses in a sense of accessibility, but also it is a small cabal of insider elites who decide what is good art, what is bad art, what is a prism through which you must look at it, what are the ideological fashions to follow. And if you are lucky enough to, get their good graces, you're fine, you're made it as an artist. Otherwise, you are not. And they set the entire fashions of the day. And there isn't a multiplicity of, market forces there. Like when you have cinema, I can watch something on movie and decide for myself how I like it and so on and so forth. Something can be a sleeper hit even if critics don't approve of it. But critics are practically the whole game in fine art, or have been for decades. That's how it seems to me. And it is a small, narrow band of people who determine that, ABC artist is, with the program and approved by the academy, and XYZ person is just a craftsperson, and what do they know? They haven't been trained, and etc., etc. And is that something that holds the whole field back? Is there something to that? How would you kind of respond to this general criticism?
I think the age of the sovereign dominant critic is over. I mean, this was in fact true for a long time, but I think the role of the critic as gatekeeper, the function of criticism itself is really in eclipse. Partly because not only are there no venues for criticism, but that function itself seems to have lost legitimacy. What has replaced it in large measure is the curator function, which has gone to another extreme with, great proliferation of people who set themselves up as curators, but effectively are, quite often essentially organizing exhibitions and subserving the market. Which means, in turn, that there's no shared ground, no consensus in terms of what the criteria for art are, or even a space where one could discuss what the dynamic, changing criteria might be. I'm reminded here of how Arthur C. Danto, in the early 1960s, developed this notion of how the art world was really a conversation, and that what was recognized and even sanctified as art, that process actually came about through conversation.
But conversation, which is very exclusionary, only a small number of people can take part.
That's right. And that is always a weakness of the art world, that to be part of that conversation, you need to have some kind of stake within it, and usually an institutional stake, with the power of patronage not so far away from the surface. I have a sense that what has gone wrong in our context is that monetary value has overtaken all other forms of value as something that determines why an artwork or an artistic practice is important, with the result that a lot of interesting work tends to languish or is neglected. And we don't seem to have as robust a system of art institutions now as we need. If you look, for instance, at the Central European scenario, there are Kunstvereins, there are Kunsthalles, there are foundations of all kinds. There is a vibrant support system for artists working in different ways, at different speeds, in different forms. Here, everything tends to have to be validated within the market. So if you have a dominant market with monetary value as its key, and no well-agreed criteria, how does one establish the value of anything? It opens the door to, it sounds cruel, but to charlatanry of various kinds. I don't know what the antidote to that is, unfortunately.
And under what you say is the old system, that no longer is a critic dominant and no longer are small elites determining what goes as fine art and what doesn't. And it seems to me that within that system, there is also a danger of part dependence. That once the cultural elites decide that X is art and Y is not, you naturally have aspiring artists for their own self-interest and their own monetary interest going towards creating more of X and less of Y. And it continues that way till someone is radical and free-spirited enough to shift in a different direction at the same time as the winds happen to be shifting, and they kind of get lucky that way. But that seems to me to be a really unsatisfactory model. And while I get what is happening now in terms of the charlatanry, and every Instagram influencer can call himself a curator if he wants, and I completely get that, but I like the sense that you don't anymore have to pander to gatekeepers or fashions of the day, that 1,000 flowers can bloom, and then people can decide for themselves, which flowers are kind of worth it. So what is do you feel that the way art has evolved to some extent has had that problem of part dependence, that intellectual fashions have shaped some of it rather than the other way around? What is your sort of take on that?
I don't know if it's intellectual fashions so much as a certain cultural inertia that propels along certain artistic styles or preferences. And once in a while, someone comes along who really shakes all of that up. But that's the exception rather than the rule. I would put my faith more in what I sometimes think of as liberated zones, where people have hybrid practices. That, it might be artists who are also activists, artists who are also involved with design, or have a writing practice of some kind alongside their art making. But necessarily that is a kind of fragmentary and episodic tapestry. But that's what I tend to look at more as for sources of inspiration. So there are some practices that emerge from that kind of context. I'm thinking here of someone like Ravi Agarwal, for instance, who is for a long time has been an environmental activist. He's also a photographer and an artist and a curator. It's a rich, complex practice across domains.
Is there a danger of art and activism, or rather activism sort of taking over the artistic impulse to a way that, art ceases to be art per se and just becomes too filled with agenda and, just an act of activism?
That is a challenge for people who are active in both of these domains. But someone like Ravi, who I just mentioned, is very acutely aware of that and is very alert to the fact that each of these domains has its own integrity, and one cannot be instrumentalized in the cause of the other.
Also, I want to sort of double click on the term curator, partly in what it meant to you when you started as a curator, and what kind of sort of vision you took into that, and also in what I think is a changing meaning of the term, where today, it is popular among, and I'm not referring to the domain of art itself, but I'm referring to just all of the world of knowledge, that where we today stand in a situation where the mainstream has crumbled, where people are confounded by the knowledge around them, by the information around them, by the stories and narratives around them, and they don't know how to navigate this, and they need filters to navigate this. And more, what happens is that those filters become people who, in a sense, are cultural curators. Like, I remember when COVID happened, there was so much of so much information floating around that I just didn't know who to trust. So I did a lot of reading and eventually figured out that, okay, if I'm on Twitter, I can trust Eric Topol when it comes to medicine, I can trust Zeynep Tufekci's reporting, and you kind of figure out that these are sort of the figures I trust. And for me, they are all curators. Now, the point is, technically, everybody's a curator because everybody's posting links. But that's a great thing, because eventually, everything rises to its own level. And you have your trusted curators who you trust and kind of care about. And that broader sense of the word is really important to me, which is where I see that figure as someone as important as an artist or a creator, because what we seek most in this world is sense making. There is so much around us, we can't make sense of it. We look for sources to make sense of it, and most of us choose the wrong sources. And there is so much propaganda around. But you get what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
So what do you think of the sort of the vocation of curating in this sense? Like, you did curating in that particular context of where you are putting art together and all of that. So how did you look at that? What goes behind it? What is the thinking? That's part one of my question. And part two is that in this modern world, I would strongly feel that there is still a role for people like you to be curators of that, because you have all of that background, even everything that you said about religion and etc. in the second part of our show is something that most of my listeners would never have heard of before. And we need people who are sort of our bridge between knowledge and their minds. So
Actually, the image of the bridge was very much in my mind. I think curators need to be bridge builders, because they are mediating between a certain kind of expert culture and its audiences. But curators also have to work from a strong awareness of their intellectual biography. Curating is an intellectual project. I mean, what is it that you're discussing and bearing witness to? It's not just putting together a set of objects. I mean, what are the larger cultural debates that you want to intervene in? These should be important questions for a curatorial practice. And it's interesting you should flag our discussion on the religious imagination, because I've curated many, many exhibitions in these last few decades in different ecologies, galleries, museums, festivals, foundations. One that's very, very dear to me is an exhibition called The Sacred Everyday, which was curated for the Serendipity Arts Festival in Goa some years ago. It was across two venues, the Adil Shah Palace in Panjim and the Church of the Convent of Santa Monica in Old Goa. And it was a trans-historical show. I mean, some of the earliest works in it were 6th century Tantric Devis, stone sculptures. And the most recent were works commissioned for the show. So it was, the argument of the exhibition is that the South Asian religious imagination has always been inventive, syncretic, not constrained by dogmatic scriptural notions of religion. And there was a great deal in that, from posters made for shrines, popular posters, architectural manifestations, Kali Ghat. There was any number of things in that show which all showed us, instead of telling us, that this was the case. It was at one level a kind of an archival trans-historical show, but it also was a political argument for the present. So to me, that's the kind of thing I'm happiest doing. And I think that as curators, we need to make sure that our exhibitions are deeper than the objects that they present. Of course, the objects that we present, the practices, that's something that viewers engage with. But then what are the deeper contexts and the questions? What's that landscape of urgencies which these works inhabit? I think those are questions we have to ask ourselves. But alongside the curator, I think we also need other kinds of figures to play these roles that you're talking about. I miss, for instance, popularizers. It's very, very important to communicate between expert culture and a large, interested but not necessarily informed audience. I find this is true as much of the arts as it is of architecture and of science. Because then if there's a gap between this kind of public which wants to know more and an expert culture that doesn't want to impart anything about what it's doing, that gap becomes a vacuum which is then filled by purveyors of ignorance. So as a society, we can't afford for that kind of gap to happen, which is also why over the years I've been involved with a series of architecture exhibitions, presenting architecture not just as one of the arts, but also to see how it's been shaped and how it shapes policy or the built environment and ultimately all of our lives. Similarly, Ravi Agarwal, who I just mentioned, he and I collaborated on a series of initiatives called The State of Nature, which was an exhibition, a symposium, keynotes, which brought together artists, anthropologists, scientists, and activists to talk in an intelligent, legible, but interesting way about the environmental crisis, not through statistics and pie charts and so on, but in a way that appealed to the imagination whilst being organically wedded to empirical fact. So this is how I would think the figure of the curator needs to expand, through solidarities with other kinds of specialists who are committed to sharing that, whatever it is their specialty is, with this larger public.
I mean, I'm using the term curator in a much broader sense, and I'm including popularizers in that. You're sort of curating knowledge and a cultural experience for the people. And are you sort of implying that you're happier being part of expert culture, but you don't want to be a popularizer?
No, I think it's absolutely valid. I mean, if either you do it yourself and play that role, or you ally yourself with others who are. To me, it's a relay, and I think the way it works, we all end up playing many of these roles. It's there's the fact that you cannot any longer define curating narrowly. Remember that the term comes from museum culture, where essentially the curator was a keeper of antiquities. So the role was conservation and research. Today, it's much more than that. So, absolutely. But I think that there are some people who might be better attuned to being popularizers, and I say this as it's a compliment. I don't mean popularizer as a put down term. And here's where I turn to science writers. I think scientists who write, or science writers like David Quammen, some of my favorite writers come from this domain. Stephen Jay Gould, Oliver Sacks, Carl Sagan, for the matter of that. It's intriguing to think back to how a certain epoch in television was so seminal, I think, for our generation. I was making a list of serials that I watched on, much maligned but actually wonderful Bombay Doordarshan in the old days. Jacob Bronowski's Ascent of Man comes to mind. Kenneth Clark's Civilization. This might all sound fuddy-duddy now, but at the time, these were great apertures to new worlds, and they still have a certain strength. A little later, Carl Sagan's Cosmos. These were figures who invited you to participate in this adventure of discovery, and it's that's a very important role. So whether I play that role myself or ally myself with others who can do this beautifully, it's an important function.
I also wonder about how the language of sort of the expert culture translates itself into language that might be popularly understood. For example, the earlier piece of yours in The Hindu in 2003, which I quoted from, The Poet's Nightmare, is a model of clear and eloquent writing at the same time. It is just fabulous. I'm going to send it to my writing students and demand that they all read it. And at the same time, a lot of expert language that one comes across is very obscure. For example, on your Wikipedia page, there is a sentence about you.
Oh my God.
I don't know who wrote it, whether it's you or someone else, but here's a sentence. As a cultural theorist, Hoskote has addressed the cultural and political dynamics of post-colonial societies that are going through a process of globalization, emphasizing the possibilities of a non-Western contemporaneity, however you pronounce that, intercultural communication and transformative listening. He he has also returned often to the theme of the nomad position. Now, one, it seems to me, and apologies if this is language you also use, but it seems to me that this is language that is not really meant for communicating, or is meant for communicating to a really close group of people. And I also firmly believe that the language that experts use to talk to each other can simultaneously be language that can be understood by absolutely anyone. And this is what we see with all the great science writers, the people you mentioned, and people like Dawkins or Steven Pinker when he writes about the brain.
Absolutely.
That, their language is absolutely rigorous and accurate. There is no quarter given to the truth. But at the same time, everyone gets it. Everyone understands it. And is this perhaps a problem with art itself, or is it a problem that the academia has created, where there is this bridge? Because honestly, to me, if language is used the way it should, and to me clear thinking and clear writing always go together hand in hand, then you may not even need the popularizer so much.
The sentence you read, I think, paraphrases various things I was working on at whatever time that was. It clearly dates
There are
back
citations throughout all of that passage, so
Yeah.
Wikipedia. But
Yeah, but no, for me, over the years, increasingly clarity of expression is a great virtue, and we need it all the more precisely for these reasons that we've been discussing. So no, there might be a certain vocabulary which you do need for, if you will, certain professional discussions, but there has to be a way of putting all of that into lucid prose. There was a moment in academia when I think everyone was swept along by the discourse of post-structuralism and post-colonial theory, and that did lead to a great deal of unreadable prose. But I see no virtue to that. I think anything that can be communicated in a reasonably clear way. It might be complex, but it can still have clarity.
let's also talk about sort of like earlier in the break, you were chatting about how there seem to be, less and less artists who are going to, reach the kind of stature of artists of the earlier generation whom you just named, people like, Jitish Kalat and so on. And I'm just wondering if part of the reason for that is that if you have a tendency towards creative expression, you have many more forms open to you today. So earlier back in the day, if you wanted to write, you would aspire to writing a book. What else are you going to do? If you, like to paint, or you like to play with images, you would want to be a painter, you would want your stuff to hang on walls. But today with the internet, there is a multiplicity of forms through which you can express yourself. A storyteller doesn't have to write a book. He can make an OTP, or he can just even do vlogging on YouTube for that matter. And an artist can just do various things. You can become a graphic novelist, you can, do other kinds of visual art, you can become just an Instagram person and not need to go wooing a gallery and trying to, enter those circles which might sometimes seem like closed circles. So what is kind of your sense of that? Like looking back on yourself as a kid when you loved to paint, I would imagine if you were a kid today of that age, you would not just be painting. There are so many other things you could do. You would be fiddling around with your phone, you'd be shooting stuff, you would be using stable diffusion to see what images you could conjure up without needing to have the craft of actually creating it yourself, etc., etc. So what is your sense of that changing landscape of art, where not every artist necessarily needs to create art in that particular form that, would have been the only option open to them 30 years ago?
I warm to your image of the crumbling or crumbled mainstream. And I wonder if that has two possible outcomes. One is the great proliferation of positions. I see that in literature, see it in the visual arts, see it in nonfiction. Now, this is something that technically we should be celebrating, that there are so many different practitioners doing things. But what I miss there is practitioners who demonstrate a certain ambition and audacity to take on large themes or large questions. And I know this sounds very windy and vacuous and abstract, but when I think particularly, say, about the Indian visual arts right now, there are very many gifted and accomplished young practitioners. But I'm not sure how many of them have this kind of requisite ambition and audacity that at a certain point I found in Atul Dodia, in Jitish Kalat, in Shilpa Gupta, to name just three, of Sudarshan Shetty for the matter of that. Krishnamachari Bose is an institution builder. So that's my anxiety here. Even as I celebrate the proliferation and the availability of techniques and audience, a scope for inventivity for many, many people, I still miss these figures who are able to exceed the norm.
Do you think there is something about the texture of our everyday living today that militates against artists having those big ideas, having those grand ambitions, and taking leaps into the unknown?
I sense it, but I don't have an explanation. Likewise in literature. There's a kind of a granularity in, or non-fiction, which I've been looking at quite actively in the last few years. There's a certain granularity of the causes or the questions that people are interested in. And in each case, the book is, a fine example of research and dedication, makes its argument well. But my next question then is, isn't there a larger picture? Isn't there a philosophical question to be asked here? What's missing? What is it that distinguishes brilliant reportage from this larger inquiry into the human condition? Now that sounds like grandiose humanist rhetoric, but you know what I mean. There is so this is, and with the visual arts, I have the same kind of question.
In the context of non-fiction, which I think I probably know a little better than Indian art, because Indian art I don't know at all, or any art, is that what are the successful examples of non-fiction that asks the big questions and went on those big quests rather than getting too granular and too focused on a particular thing? So what are the sort of, maybe in the last 3 or 4 decades, what are the books that ask those big questions that impressed you, that you feel isn't happening anymore?
Gosh. When I'm put on the spot like that, oh my goodness. It's amazing. You take a whole history of reading for granted, but you can't seem to pull it, or at least I can't seem to pull it out immediately.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, especially in one context where I've had many discussions on this is in the context of academics, that academics has gone too much into specialized silos, and you no longer have those kind of, broader thinkers, a Renaissance man or woman, as it were, who are just being interdisciplinary and asking those big questions. And unfortunately, that's a dying breed. And I mean, in that context, I agree with you. And I'm just trying to get a better sense of, in nonfiction, for example, what are the big books that you can sort of think of that nature?
Literally, I seem to have gone blank right now because I've been focused on reading a whole series of things now and being left with this question.
So tell me about the texture of your everyday. And I know you've been traveling a lot recently. I know that during COVID you were stuck at home all the time. But I'm really struck by this great quote by Annie Dillard: "How we live our days is how we live our lives." And I think about this more and more because I think that too often we are always focused on, bigger things and great goals and all of that. And we ignore how we actually live our days. And that is actually how we live our lives. So tell me about what is an ideal day for you and how has the conception of that day changed over time? And in a broader sense, have you, when you were young, like how have you changed in terms of what you want from the Ranjit Hoskote who was 23?
Ideal day for me would be one in which various elements were in balance, but where I actually got a fair amount of writing done, because that, I have to say, brings me great joy. But increasingly, I find that my day gets fragmented with, like presumably all our days, unless one is extremely disciplined. Our attention there are so many claims on our attention that we tend to not get down to this. But increasingly, it seems to me that an ideal day for me would be one in which I was, for lack of another description, when I was able to commune quietly with some natural expanse much larger than myself. And it's ironic that we live in a city by the sea, but I certainly don't see very much of it except when I'm driving over it on the sea link. So that sense of being in the presence of an expanse so much larger than oneself, I curiously find that refreshing. I don't feel diminished by it. I just feel oceanically as if I'm at one with this larger constellation.
How has car changed in all the time that you've been living there? And what is your concept of home? Is it Bombay? Is it car? Is it your apartment within car? Is it your ideas and emotions that you carry around inside your head? How do you think of it?
Car has been home for a very long time, but it's changing dramatically. It's really a textbook illustration of what people are calling solastalgia. The sense of loss in the face of immediate change. It's not nostalgia as in a sense of loss for something that's vanished in the past, but something that's changing your lived environment in ways that make it unrecognizable. So just this morning as I was driving here, I thought, when you look at the city from the sky, it's usually the blue tarp that tends to define it, because so much settlement here is essentially informal. But there's another kind of blue that's just everywhere now, which is the scrim. The scrims that block off a demolition site where buildings come down. So the rate at which this very, very familiar neighborhood is changing, I find that very unsettling. So I have a feeling that there's a new sequence of poems emerging there. But for me, a home is a multi-layered phenomenon. It is at one level, yes. While I've prized the nomad condition and inherited diasporic history, I realize that I'm very attached to this neighborhood, to the house where I grew up, my parents' home, to where I live now. But at the same time, I'm actually able to craft a sense of belonging wherever I go. And I think that to me has always been an important project. If you're in a new city, how do you connect with it, connect with its history, connect with friends and colleagues there? I think that's in a profound way, I think we're all, in a cosmic sense, I think we're all homeless and trying to craft the sense of belonging for ourselves.
In a general sense, outside the context of what we just spoke about, what do you miss?
Oh, my goodness. What I miss is the sense that there is an expanse of time. I've been circling back constantly to particular moments in childhood. The summer holidays that seemed to
Lost forever.
absolutely go on forever. The possibility of really immersing yourself in a book and not having to get up till you'd finished it. But of course, you realize that there was a complete infrastructure of home that made this possible, and it's not possible anymore. But I have a dramatic sense that time is really moving at an accelerated rate. I think many of us feel this. But what I miss is really that possibility of a pause and an ability to be inside of that pause.
So there are two thoughts I'll share with you here, one at a time. And the first one is that I came across this theory recently, that the reason time seems to move so fast as we get older is because we cease having new experiences, that there is no novelty. We are doing the same thing every day. So when we are young, there's a lot of novelty. New things keep happening all the time. As we get older, we are in a groove. Nothing new is happening every day. Every day sort of melts into the day before it and the day after it. And to militate against this, I think there is one vlogger, I forget the exact details. My friend Amartya Ghosh, a musician, sort of told me about this, so I will ask him. But he told me about this guy who figured out that this was why time seemed to be moving fast, and he said every single day I will do something completely different, and I will chase novelty, and I will chase new experiences, and I will keep getting out of my comfort zone, and that way time will move much slower for me, which I find to be sort of really intriguing. And when I look at myself, I find that most of the time I'm actually quite happy in my comfort zone. Now, with something like when it comes to books and movies, I'm always eager to discover new stuff. When it comes to music, I am totally comfort zone person. Spotify might recommend something sometime and I'll listen to it, but otherwise I just don't have that energy. I'm happy in my groove and just going along, and I think that's a dangerous thing. So sort of tell me about how sort of you think about this, and have you thought about it? Like, do you find it important to kind of get out of your comfort zone? Do you like learning new things? Does it fill you with a new energy?
It actually does. So I do here I think of two things. One is, of course, that it keeps your neural circuitry in shape. As we age, this is a fear that becomes more and more compelling. That's we are used to a certain rate, speed, and strength with which our brains work, and is that you begin to wonder whether that's going to be with you for an extended period of time. So I welcome opportunities to learn new things, acquaint myself with new disciplines. But I wish I could do that. There was a time when I did do that quite a bit. I find that I'm not doing as much of it as I used to, and I should. I would love to learn a new language, for instance. Also, to go back to things abandoned or renounced along the way, like astronomy, which I was, I loved it, and I used to go to the planetarium quite often. Did a course there, and was, kept abreast of the field for a long time. And now I find suddenly that, it's a wish, but I haven't done anything about it, and I need to.
And you speak of passing time and fading memories, and I'll go back to the question I asked you a long, long time ago. You might remember it was just before the first break when I said that, what is essential to you if you strip apart everything that is contingent. And I often think about this in terms of how our memories construct so much of us, that if we grow old enough, our memories will fade, and then our memories will be completely gone. And then I wonder what is left. Is that the real us? Are we just sort of a construction of the contingencies of the experiences we had which formed our memory? Or is there something else that is essential and is also not dependent on the accident of our genes and so on? And the depressing answer that I come up with is perhaps there's nothing at all. There's nothing unique about any of us. It's just accidental. But when you think about what is the essential, Ranjit, that obviously over the decades we change in different ways, and we might look back on our younger self and say, like, who the fuck was that? Like, what is that guy? But at the same time, no matter how much we change, there is perhaps a core of us that we recognize that, yeah, that is me, whatever it might be. So, who are you?
A maker. I think it's not a great answer, but I think if there's any aspect of me that I would regard as constitutive, it is of someone who is endlessly curious about the possibility of making things that weren't there before.
Wow.
In however modest or ambitious a way this might turn out to be. But yeah, that's crucial. Also, the way I define myself, and I think what is constitutively me, is of someone who is not afraid of things that appear to be very dissimilar. My attempt, from as long back as I can remember, is to see how one can build bridges between things that appear to be quite different, and to then see where that process goes. What is it that gets created when you bring dissimilar things together?
Another question, again, outside of any context. What are you intentional about?
In a certain devotion to, again, it sounds very abstract, to the creative impulse. That's yeah.
Like, where does the intentionality come in there? In sitting down in a disciplined way every day and saying, I must create. Is that what you mean?
It's, in one sense, it's beyond intention. It's something that I've always had, this impulse to express something that seems to exceed what I have. And it's only in the doing that it takes shape. But I know that there is something there. But not in a way that is narcissistic. I think to me it's always important that this is connected with my sense of how I conduct myself in the world. What does it mean to extend myself through empathy? What does it mean to recognize vulnerability? What does it mean to live in a largely shattered world and seek ways of healing? I think increasingly these are questions that are becoming more and more important to me.
Do you have a sense of purpose that is outside of you?
Can one have a sense of purpose?
No,
outside of oneself?
in the sense, I phrased that wrongly. A sense of purpose that is outward directed. For example, one sense of purpose could be that I want to be the best person I can be. And another sense of purpose could be that in some way or the other, I want to make this world a better place.
Right.
And the latter of those is, of course, outward directed.
Yeah. In terms of what an outward directed purpose is, I would like to be able to contribute with whatever capacity I have to a culture of dialogue, of discussion, of seeking common ground. I think if I have to think back to one value that I would always have at my core, this is actually it. So whatever the domain might be, it's to me this is crucial.
Great. So, I've taken up a lot of your time today. You have a long and grueling drive back to car through Bombay suburban streets. So I'm going to, let you go with a final question. But I want you to give this question your full consideration because I feel it's a terribly important one, especially coming from you and what we discussed about curators and all of that. I end all my shows by asking my guests to recommend for me and my listeners books, films, music that mean a lot to them. And in this particular case, books that you with great passion want people to read and want people to consume, and film and music also, of course, things that mean a lot to you.
I mean, there are just so many books that leap out and demand attention, but the ones that I would recommend strongly, because I do keep circling back to them every now and again. The first is Srilal Shukla's Rag Darbari, and I would suggest that if you can, you should read it in the original Hindi, because Gillian Wright's translation is wonderful, but it is necessarily abridged. And there is a great play of voice and tonality in the Hindi, which is amazing to read so many years after the book was first published in 1969. The book is as old as I am. It remains endlessly relevant to Indian politics.
As do you, Ranjit, as do you.
You're very kind. Gosh, the other one is J. Krishnamurti's Notebook, which again distills his ability to teach, not by teaching or pedagogy, but by simply demonstrating a way of being in the world in relation to animals, to other human beings, to subtleties of season and place. Then I would suggest Salman Rushdie's Shame, which for some reason I think tends to be overlooked in favor of his other better-known works. Shame, to me, is not only a political allegory which is resonant, but its use of language is endlessly playful, inventive. Years and years after I first read it, I can remember things from it. Phrasing, sentences. And then there's a collection of short stories by Italo Calvino called Marco Valdo. Again, a book that tends to be eclipsed by the better-known works. But Marco Valdo is a set of stories about a central character and his gradual development in post-war Italy through all of the privations and difficulties of that period. And it's set as a sequence of 4 years, season by season. Again, a meditation on time and mortality and possibility. Among films, I'd suggest films that I've loved, really. Fritz Lang's Metropolis and Satyajit Ray's Mahanagar. Music, Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. It's an album that I've gone back to often. I sometimes really hear it in my dreams. Learning to Fly, particularly.
That's a great list. And for Rag Darbari, one thing that I've tried and I actually want to make some effort in doing is there is an audio version of it in Storytel. Mm-hmm. And someone once said to me, and this is something I want to try myself, is if you don't read Hindi, you can listen to the audio version in Hindi and simultaneously read along with it. And I'm going to try that because I feel that might, really help me pick up my Hindi habit, which I really want to do. So, There's that. So, Ranjit, thanks so much for, spending so much time with me today. It's been amazing.
Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed this as much as I have. And I've learned a great deal from you, Amit, in the course of this conversation today.
You are always too kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, do buy all of Ranjit Hoskote's books, every single one of them, figure out how to do it and, get the job done. You can follow Ranjit on Twitter at Ranjit Hoskote, that's one word. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.